things going on. But tell us what really was going on. You were here pretty late last night. You didn't get to watch the first gubernatorial primary debate.
No, I got some clips. I got some highlights.
It's on the gavel.
It's
by
on the
way.
gavel. Let's start with the Senate. I
Yeah.
think the big overarching headline out of the Senate yesterday was that they voted to override the governor's veto
Finally.
over that name, image, and likeness revenue sharing contract legislation. That now is officially law. And essentially, that legislation allows colleges and universities to keep those revenue sharing contracts, those contracts between their schools and student athletes, secret. So we won't know how each individual athlete is getting paid. We also, under this legislation, wouldn't know whether, say, for example, the USC women's basketball team is getting more out of this deal than, say, the football team. That was an issue that Governor McMaster had when he vetoed the legislation. He said the part of the bill shielding the disclosure of the student contracts, he understood that to have merit. What he did not agree with is the part where we can't see exactly how much each program, each sports team is getting out of these contracts. It's a big win for colleges and universities, particularly USC, Clemson, Coastal Carolina, who had really been lobbying lawmakers for months to try to get this legislation passed. It came out of a gentleman who sued USC wanting to see this information. The court pretty much put that suit on hold, letting the legislature have its time to sort out this entire ordeal. Talking to senators, there were a few factors over why they eventually kind of moved their vote, because we obviously had talked about before that this vote would be a lot tighter in the Senate.
You said 30 to 12, it looks like.
Right. One factor is there is a possibility, and I think it's important to say possibility, that the NCAA basically requires colleges to disclose how much each team is getting out of these deals in their financial disclosures. The Senate also said that they plan to add a budget attachment that would explicitly say that alongside NIL money not being part of, like, public funds cannot be used for NIL money, that public dollars can also not be used for revenue sharing contracts. So any money, right, that the state sends over, or tuition dollars that the state sends over to these colleges. The other part was this. I mean, talking to one senator told me that while he was not convinced that it would put our schools at a competitive disadvantage the way that the colleges were saying, and even some other lawmakers, he told me, well, if we don't do this, South Carolina would essentially be the only state that hasn't.
Peer pressure.
Right. So it put lawmakers definitely in a bind. But anyway, that's really the big takeaway. The Senate was also in the middle of debating an expansion to the Heritage Act. That's that 2000 law that protects certain monuments, statues, memorials in South Carolina. They did not finish debate. They're actually going to come back to that debate when they come back to town, not next week, but the week after.
Gosh, okay.
And then there's still that bill that deals with RICO and gangs. That won't happen until they return as well. So that was out of the Senate.
Gotcha. Yeah, and you were saying that proviso would be in the budget. Do you think that would be in the budget going forward for every budget year, to be explicit about, where the money's going, to make sure that it is, transparent in this process when NIL comes?
I think so. I mean, obviously, they could theoretically turn it into an actual law, but
baby steps.
Right. I think so. I mean, that was really the heartache, I think, for a lot of senators, but also some even House members who had issues on the latter end of the debate, that they want to ensure that your taxpayer dollars are not going to pay for a student athlete, or perhaps even a team that you don't support. Maybe you're a Clemson person and you don't want your money going to USC.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a lot of heartache over that. Colleges and universities had explicitly said time and time again that there are no public dollars that are going to these contracts. But lawmakers, I wouldn't say they weren't convinced, but how do you prove that? And as one senator said on the floor yesterday, how are we even going to still prove that if we can't see the disclosures?
Again, yeah, what the governor was saying in his veto message too, in a sense.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think there are still a lot of question marks. And again, lawmakers were also acknowledging yesterday that this is not the last time we're going to be debating NIL. There are other NIL bills that are floating through other state legislatures, and so it's very likely we're going to have another debate over this next year.
It really kind of puts that onus on, like you were saying, and the NCAA to do something, really
Right.
give some guidance to these states, because it is truly the wild, wild west in some respects. Still.
Right, and lawmakers were saying that, the NCAA, alongside we've seen some action at the White House, right, are going to do something. But again, saying you're going to do something is a lot different than
Mhm.
actually doing it.
Speaking of doing something, what did the House do yesterday on their Wednesday? Was it wicked? Was it wild? Or was it wonky?
I would say it was a mix of all three.
Okay.
It
Okay.
felt like a mix of all three. So they passed three main bills. I think the first one, if you want a headline from yesterday, is that they passed Travis Moore's legislation that basically requires any local government that runs a detention center, they have to partner with federal
Mhm.
law enforcement, federal immigration enforcement authorities to help enforce federal immigration laws. There's a program that these
Mhm.
agencies that ICE runs that it works in tandem with local governments. Representative Moore said on the floor that this would really allow, we've seen a lot of headlines, a lot of video footage out of other states where people are being picked up on the street. This would more or less, as he put it, really restrict it to detention centers. These people would already be in jail. ICE
Mhm.
could pick them up. You wouldn't have a lot of that, perhaps, controversy and or fanfare.
Mhm.
Obviously, Democrats were not convinced over that. They tried to attach amendments unsuccessfully that, in part, would restrict federal law enforcement or even local law enforcement from arresting someone by a church or
Mhm.
a child care center or a hospital. None of that worked. The House, of course, passed that bill along party lines. We
Mhm.
also saw legislation that amps up penalties for anyone who taunts or assaults or does anything untoward a police dog or a
Mhm.
police horse. There's already a law in place, and I can't even remember all the dogs it's named after, but there's an additional dog that the bill is now named after. So that was another bill. And then the third bill, this is where it gets kind of wonky, is they
There we
passed
go.
this very expansive insurance
Mhm.
legislation that deals with policyholders, a bit of tax law. It's very encompassing, a lot to chew through. But they were able to get all those bills out, clear the calendar. They're going to continue clearing the calendar today. So when they return, because
Mhm.
as we're going to note tomorrow's gavel, we're now
Preview.
basically at a month, a month
Yeah.
left of session until sine die, and
Yeah.
so they need that calendar cleared to
Mhm.
do some other things that they want to become law.
We decided to do a bit of an abbreviated gavel next week, right? I mean, I'm on spring break. You're still holding it down here, but it's gonna be a little bit of a lighter version,
A
right?
lighter. I mean, we're the Senate
Well,
Finance
keep the
Committee is
fires warm.
Senate Finance Committee is supposed to be in town to kind
Mhm.
of craft their own budget. There are going to be some other committees, and then of course there's governor's race stuff,
Yeah.
state house
Maybe some
races, other
forums going
things to
on.
watch
Yeah.
for.
So
So
still plenty going on.
yes,
Thank you, Mayan, for for doing that. Also, want to note that Micah Malice, who's the CEO and president of the South Carolina Ports Authority, was before the Senate Transportation Committee yesterday, giving his State of the Ports address. This is something that we see agency heads, specifically these transportation agency heads like DOT and the ports, giving their annual reviews to members of these committees. And of course, Malice has been on the job for about 6 months now, ever since the abrupt resignation of Barbara Melvin last August. He got on the job last October, and about 2 weeks after that, he actually gave that State of the Ports address to about hundreds of business folks down in North Charleston. So he's no stranger to the ports. He's worked at the Ports Authority for years, and then also in the private sector. So he gave a pretty interesting update to the ports. He's pretty matter of fact, and he's not shying away from the fact that there are a lot of cost pressures on the ports, not just in Charleston, but globally. And that's a result of course, tariffs. There's been a huge global freight recession that's been going on for years now that seems to only be compounded by tariffs. And of course, the unrest and the turmoil in the Middle East because of the U.S. led war there. He said that it wasn't directly affecting our ports per se when it came to imports because we're not an oil and natural gas port. We don't have to worry about that kind of stuff, but it is putting pressures on all of the truck drivers, everyone in the transportation industry. We're talking about diesel fuel prices. You might be concerned about $4 gasoline prices, but $5.50 for a gallon of diesel is going to really start showing up in a lot of costs. And that would also threaten consumption and people how we consume goods and services in the country. So he did also note that there's still negotiations with CSX and Norfolk Southern when it comes to those two large rail operators and the Navy intermodal base down there that's right by the Leatherman Terminal in North Charleston. That's been a big point of contention. There's like cost overruns going on with that, but he says it is necessary to put that in place to get a lot of that freight off the roadways and also into those inland ports. They're already doing that, but a lot of it requires truck transportation locally. So that's one of the big projects going on down there. That's still very much a work in progress. So it's been a lot going on with the ports. It seems like they're stabilizing right now. He's getting a lot of support, it sounds like, from lawmakers here too. And again, he was before the JBRC in late February. That was a closed door meeting dealing with those contracts and those negotiations. We talked to him afterwards, and he wouldn't put a timeline on when we can see things really getting finalized for that that negotiation. But work's been going on at the Navy base intermodal facility down there in North Charleston. So that being said, we're going to have a little bit more detail with him in a sit down we did with him on This Week in South Carolina. But we also had the first gubernatorial primary debate yesterday too. We had 4 of the 7 candidates on stage. We didn't have Lieutenant Governor Pam Evitt on stage, or Low Country businessman Ron Reddy, or the new entry Jacqueline Higgs Dubois. We did have Spartanburg Senator Josh Kimbrell. We had 1st District Congresswoman Nancy Mace, 5th District Congressman Ralph Norman, and Attorney General Alan Wilson. I was there in Newberry at the Opera House. We have a recap of it on the sectv.org/the gavel. It was very civil, I will say. Very civil 1 hour. I think a lot of people were asking and thinking that it was going to be kind of like everyone coming out guns blazing. But we talked to the candidates afterwards, and Congresswoman Mace said, I'm basically leading in the polls here. I don't need to worry about throwing punches. Let those who are battling for second throw the punches. We will note that if you look at an average of polls, she's somewhat in first. It's very tight. I mean, everyone is jockeying between the first top 3, between Mace, Wilson, and Evitt. So it's really hard to say there is a front runner. I say the biggest front runner right now is the unknown vote, because there's a solid 30 to 40% of folks who continue to say that they don't know who they're going to be voting for in this primary on June 9th. It's wide open on both sides, of course. But at the same time, we'll see some maybe clarity coming out of this debate when it comes to polling. But also, again, candidates have been up on air. A lot of the candidates have been up on air with these ads that you've probably seen, not on public media, of course, because we don't air those, but you've been seeing them saturate the airwaves, trying to get their message out now, because we are less than 70 days away from the June 9th primary. So it was cordial. There's another debate coming up on April 21st. Unclear if we're going to see Lieutenant Governor Evitt join that debate, because she was concerned about the costs for ticket prices for folks to attend that. She was worried about grassroots activists being shut out because of the ticket prices. We'll see if she can hold out again. It's an interesting tactic. Some say that she did the right thing not doing that last night. Ron Reddy will be able to participate, because though he is self-fundraising, they are getting rid of that fundraising requirement to attend these debates. So we'll be watching on April 21st. But of course, Congresswoman Nancy Mace raised some concerns and even accused the state party of essentially sabotaging her, because she will also have to be up in DC for votes. Though Congressman Ralph Norman, same boat, doesn't seem too concerned about missing some votes in DC on April 21st. We'll see what happens there. But I don't know if you got to catch any of it, Mayan, but if you had any takeaways from the debate.
I caught a little bit of it, and I think we noted this in the gavel, that probably the main difference that all 4 candidates had was around the gambling issue. Some were very much against having a standalone casino. We saw that legislation start to move through the House and then quickly stop. Josh Kimbrell, did talk a little bit about perhaps there is some importance to having a standalone, but not in Atlantic City. Others talked about betting on your phones. I will say I was a little bit surprised that there wasn't a mention of the parimutuel horse racing legislation. Sort of seemed like low-hanging fruit. While it is being primarily sponsored by a Democrat, it is a largely bipartisan bill. It's a big deal in areas like Aiken, like Camden, of course, where you have a big horse community. So a little surprised it didn't come up. Also not surprised to hear some of the candidates talk about affordability being a big issue, and also talking about growth of the state and the fact that that is putting a lot of pressure on roads, for example. So again, not a lot of surprises outside of this debate. I'd be kind of interested to see where the differences are, because this is obviously the best opportunity as a group to separate yourself from other people. But it seems like we'll have plenty more opportunities to maybe see that, although again, the schedule is getting much more narrow.
Things are definitely heating up. The campaign trail is no different, just like it is here. And we've been doing interviews with some of the Republican candidates. We'll also be talking to the Democratic candidates. We'll be rolling those out This Week in South Carolina as we have them. Also want to note that on Friday at 7:30 on SCETV, we're doing part 2 of our energy series, looking at the demands of energy in our growing state, specifically nuclear and possibly restarting BC Summer, as well as some other potential nuclear sites in the state, and data centers, everyone's favorite thing to talk about, especially during this legislative session, in terms of how to regulate them, concerns over them in the state, and how they are fueling a lot of the demand for the energy in our state. So that's going to be on ETV channels at 7:30 on Friday, also on Sunday at 1:32, and on our YouTube page at youtube.com/SCETV News, where you can also catch this streaming live, as well as a lot of other content that we produce. Anything else we need to talk about as we wrap up week 12 here, Mayan?
I'm glad we're all getting a break.
Well,
we hit the ground running when we get back.
We will not be seeing you next week, but we will be back the week after that on April 6th, the week of April 6th. No, the week after April 10th, April 13th. I'm doing my math really quick. So we'll be back then, and it will be a true sprint to signing day on May 14th. So until then, we're going to send you over to the house right now. I'm Gavin Jackson along with Mylon Schechter. Have a great weekend.
We appreciate y'all being here. Representative Pace, you ready? Representative Pace is recognized to introduce the first team. House to stay in order, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm happy to recognize the Northwood Academy Chargers, the state champs for SCISA in football this year. Pinewood was here earlier, but these guys were in the weight room getting stronger and better. And, they beat Pinewood. I think they beat Porter Gal twice, Mr. Stavronakis. And is Mr. Rose here? He didn't get in here. Heathwood Hall gave him a pretty good game the first time that Northwood beat them. And so they decided to make sure it was emphatic in the state championship. Beat them 61-7, just to make sure everybody knew that they were definitively the state champs. So Coach Waters, Coach Lever, thanks for coming, bringing the team. Guys, good job. I want to see y'all back again next year, right there in those seats for part 2 of the state championship. So thank y'all for coming and good job.
Congratulations, young men, women. Congratulations. Job well done. As former speaker said, you keep winning, we'll keep celebrating with you. Representative Guffey. House will stay in order. Representative Guffey, recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, while it is not an official birthday, one of our colleagues and Representative Lawson will have a birthday on the 5th. And if I could get the picture put up here for me. Since we do these little fun facts with birthdays, I wanted to show this because, we always have a running joke that Brian Lawson's hair never moves. This is a picture of him prior. If we go to the next picture, this is him after he met Representative Travis Moore. His hair has not moved since. So if y'all could help me wish a very happy birthday to our friend and our colleague, Brian Lawson.
Hey, happy birthday, Brian. Happy birthday. Yeah, aged a minute. Representative Scott, you ready? Representative Scott's recognized for the next introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also ask if any members from the York County delegation as well as the Richland County delegation would like to join us if they could. Today I stand to honor and welcome the School Improvement Council for their Legislative Hill Day, sponsored by the Palmetto Teachers Association. At the South Carolina School Improvement Council, they believe that when families, schools, and communities work hand in hand, every student has the opportunity to thrive. That is why they empower local school improvement councils with the tools, training, and support to make meaningful change. Representing the councils across the state, we have school improvement councils from Lamala Elementary School in Sumter, Harold C. Johnson Elementary School in York, and Ridgeview High School here in Columbia. We also have members of the South Carolina SIC and Carolina Family Engagement Center staff and board members present with us. Today, we're proud to have Lamira Elementary School from Sumter, South Carolina, represented by Ms. Stephanie Gregg, who is the principal, Shakayla Campbell, Margaret Johnson, and Tanya Spann. We also have from Harold C. Johnson Elementary School in York, South Carolina, Crystal Sandifer, Jaleesa Williams, Dr. Gretchen Cody, and Paige Riley. And also from Ridgeview High School here in Columbia, Dr. Yasha Beckton, Dr. Jennifer McLeod, and Dr. Chandra Robinson. Members, if you could please please join me in welcoming them to the State House today.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for what you do. We appreciate y'all being here today. Hope you enjoy your visit today. Representative Weeks is recognized while he's already at the podium. Representative Weeks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. We also have, in line with the group that has just been introduced, I want to say something about Lamira Elementary School in Sumter, which is in my district, in Senator Jeff Zell's district in Sumter. That school has been named the recipient of the 2025 Dick and Tunky Riley Award for School Improvement Council Excellence. And this prestigious award recognizes outstanding achievement and civic engagement by SICs in South Carolina's public schools. The Lamira Elementary SIC has demonstrated exceptional commitment to enhancing educational outcomes through targeted initiatives such as tutoring, enrichment programs, small group instruction, and their attendance HER or the HERO program. Their dedication has significantly contributed to the betterment of their school and all of our community. Ladies and gentlemen, will you join me in recognizing this fine group from Sumter, South Carolina, who will be recognized today. Thank you very much, y'all, for all y'all do.
Thank y'all for being here today. Thank you for what you do for our school children. We appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Good to see you.
Mr. Garvin. Robbie Robbins.
Stand at ease while we rotate the balcony. Okay, the House come back to order. We still got a couple of more special presentations. Let's be respectful. You're doing a good job so far. Let's be respectful. Mr. Grant, you ready? Mr. Garvin, I'm sorry. Got Mr. Grant up there. Is he ready? All right, Mr. Garvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, members. I know we have a short day today, and many of you all are already envisioning those beach trips, so I will not stay before you long today. But we have a wonderful and a very, very special group that's visiting with us today, and I want to invite any members of the Richland delegation that might be here to come up, or any members of any of our caucuses that want to recognize this group. But today we have with us, we proudly recognize Kindred Hearts of South Carolina for their outstanding service to kinship caregivers across our state. Kindred Hearts was founded by Dr. Kimberly John High and Kayla Millette in response to a clear and urgent need supporting families who step up to care for their relatives, often without formal systems in place to guide them. Through their work as a kinship navigator program, they help caregivers, grandparents, aunts, uncles, and others access critical resources and navigate complex systems to provide safe, stable, and healthy environments for the children in their care. What makes this organization special, members, and impactful is their inclusive approach. They serve both formal and informal kinship families, ensuring that no caregiver is left without support simply because they are outside the traditional child welfare system. Kinship Hearts is also building strong partnerships across agencies, communities, and businesses to create a statewide network of support. Their summits and outreach efforts raise awareness, strengthen collaboration, and empower families. Since launching pilot programs in multiple counties in 2019, they have demonstrated that meaningful community-driven solutions can reach both rural and urban families alike. Because of their dedication and to advocacy, education, and community engagement, Kindred Hearts is helping build stronger families and a brighter future for South Carolinians. I want to thank Representative Grant, who's in the balcony with Ms. Alexa Scurry, Dr. John Ha, and many members of the group. And so we are just honored to recognize and commend the Kindred Hearts for their important work. Members, please join me in welcoming Kindred Hearts to the State House.
Welcome to the State House, Kendra. Thank you for all you've done. We appreciate your hard work. Thank you very much. It's an honor to recognize you today. Thank you, Mr. Garvin. House come to order. We got a special group of folks. Mr. Sanders, I believe you're recognized. House come to order. A very special group of folks Mr. Sanders wants to recognize here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I could have the Anderson delegation and the military caucus join me up front, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor a powerful and often overlooked chapter in our nation's history, the story of Private Curtis Adams of Anderson, South Carolina, and the group of the American soldiers remembered today as the Wereth 11. During World War II, the 333rd Field Artillery Battalion was an all-black unit that fought with extraordinary distinction, loyalty, and courage. On December 17, 1944, in the opening days of the Battle of the Bulge, one of the largest and fiercest battles fought by American forces, 11 members became separated from their unit while assisting their fellow soldiers under heavy German assault. After trekking for hours through freezing conditions, they sought shelter in the small Belgian village of Wereth. A local brave family took them in despite the tremendous risk. Shortly afterwards, the men were betrayed to German troops. The 11 soldiers were captured, tortured, and executed. Their bodies were left in a field and not recovered until weeks later when the snow began to melt. The severity of their torture was documented, but their story was largely forgotten for decades. Among these men was Private Curtis Adams, a South Carolinian, a medic, and a son of Anderson County. Private Adams did not carry a rifle, he carried medical supplies. He tended to wounded soldiers in some of the harshest conditions of the war, and his life and death remind us that heroism comes in many forms. For years, the story of the Wereth 11 survived only through memories of a few Europeans who witnessed the courage and the brutality of their faith. But thanks to the determined efforts of Matthew Hilly and the Honor for Heroes, American Legion Post 14, Mr. Kip Price, and the late Mr. Joe Small, the truth of what happened in that frozen Belgian field has been fully researched, documented, and shared. Today, with this resolution, South Carolina takes its place in preserving this legacy by designating December 17th each year as the Wereth 11 Remembrance Day. We commit to making their story a permanent part of South Carolina's history and a lasting reminder of courage in the face of cruelty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We can never thank you enough for what y'all have done, and we certainly appreciate your service, and what you continue to do for not only Anderson, but for the state of South Carolina. Thank you very much for being here today. We truly do thank you. Let's give them another hand. Miss Landing is recognized to recognize some special winners up in the balcony. Miss Landing, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any members who either are in Charleston County or have students in their district that are Oceanside Academy families, please feel free to join us up here today. We are so delighted to welcome the Oceanside Collegiate Academy champions, and there are 3 teams. Today we are starting with the football team, as you see in the program, the Journal of the Day, and we want to honor this team because they did become, if y'all could stand up, fully prepared for the challenge. The Oceanside Collegiate Academy football team drove past Belton Honia Path 28-7 to finish the season with some highly coveted hardware and the 2025 Class 3A State Championship on Friday, December 5th, 2025. It was the team's 3rd consecutive state title win and the 2nd straight year the Land Sharks have bested the Bears in the 3A finals. They won the 2A state title in 2023. These victories do not come overnight. In fact, they concluded a fine 13-2 season. But this takes determination and hard work. With proven consistency in both, Oceanside's head coach, Brent LaPrade, built his football program into a championship caliber and shaped a team that refused to settle for second best. And so be it resolved by the House of Representatives that the members of the South Carolina House, by this resolution, as shown by Representative Lee Hewitt, honor the Oceanside Collegiate Academy football team and coaches on their impressive win of the 2025 Class AAA State Championship. And a copy of this will be presented to the interim principal, Mike Lorenz, and head coach Brad LaPrade of Oceanside Collegiate Academy. Please give them a round of applause and a hearty welcome.
Congratulations, guys. Job well done. Congratulations. Ms. Landing, you're recognized to continue to recognize your folks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So our next team up, if we can have the ladies of the tennis team. Anybody who was able to make, oh, there they are. They just sit a little shorter than the guys in front of them. Okay, so we are here to honor and recognize the Oceanside Collegiate Academy girls tennis team coaches and school officials for an outstanding season and to congratulate them on winning the 2025 South Carolina High School League 3A State Championship title. The South Carolina House of Representatives is pleased to hear that the members have captured the 2025 title on November 8th, 2025 at the Casey Tennis Center. And this impressive achievement marks the program's 5th consecutive South Carolina High School League State Championship, firmly establishing the team as a dominant force and true dynasty in high school tennis. In an exciting championship match, the Oceanside Collegiate Academy Land Sharks secured the title with a hard-fought 4-2 victory over Christ Church, much to the pride and enthusiasm of their supporters. Success in the sport of tennis demands discipline, endurance, and mental toughness, all of which are exemplified by the team under the leadership of head coach Sean Harris and his dedicated coaching staff, who have skillfully developed these student athletes both on and off the court. The members of the South Carolina House of Representatives, by this resolution, again presented by Representative Hewitt, recognize and honor the Oceanside Collegiate Academy girls tennis team coaches and school officials for an outstanding season and congratulate them on winning the 2025 South Carolina High School League AAA State Championship title. Please give a round of applause and a warm welcome to our girls tennis team from Oceanside.
Congratulations, ladies. Congratulations on a job well done. Thank you. Miss Landing, you're still up recognizing.
But yet, there's more. So the boys volleyball team, if we could have those fellas stand for us. So this resolution is to honor and recognize the Oceanside Collegiate Academy boys volleyball team, coaches, and school officials for an extraordinary season, and to congratulate them on winning the 2025 South Carolina High School League Class 4A Boys Volleyball State Championship for the second consecutive years. We were pleased to hear that on Saturday, November 1st, 2025, the Oceanside Collegiate Academy boys volleyball team won the 2025 South Carolina High School League 4A State Championship title for the second consecutive year. The Oceanside Land Sharks defeated the Travelers Rest Devil Dogs 3-1 in the championship match held at AC Flora High School. In a sport that demands strength and discipline, head coach Jorge Riego and his team coaching staff utilized their own experience and passion for the sport to produce a championship caliber team. Coach Riego and his team were dedicated to rebuilding after losing key players from last year's championship team. Their hard work paid off as they dominated all season, ending with a 23-3 record. The lessons that this coaching staff have taught these young athletes this season will continue to shape them on and off the court. And by this resolution, represented and held by our Representative Hewitt, the members of the South Carolina House of Representatives honor and recognize the Oceanside Collegiate Academy boys volleyball team, coaches, and school officials for an extraordinary season and congratulate them on winning the 2025 South Carolina High School League 4A Boys Volleyball State Championship for the second consecutive year. Members, please help us honor and welcome the boys volleyball team.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Job well done, guys.
Thank you for coming to see us, and go Land Sharks.
Anybody left at Oceanside that's not a winner, Mr. Landing? All right. Congratulations. Job well done. Fixing to close the roll call. Everybody recorded their presence. Clerk will close the polls and tabulate. Have a quorum present. Any more announcements? House to come to order. Mr. Anderson has a special announcement that you need to remember when you come back after break. Mr. Anderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and to those out in the lobby and those that are in the buildings working. April the 23rd, 2026 is Seersucker Summer Suit Day. April the 23rd, 2026. So please prepare yourself while you're out on break. You know, try your stuff on, see if it fits. If it doesn't, go and get you something new. But we all will be in April the 23rd, 2026, Seersucker and Summer Suit Day. Let's make everybody proud.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, we're on the calendar. Clerk will read.
Yeah. We have a message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. The Senate respectfully informs your honorable body that it non-concurs in the amendments that you proposed to Senate Bill 477. Well, nobody said anything to us. But look at what we got.
Mr. Newton. Messages from the Senate concerning Senate 477. Mr. Newton's recognized to explain. House come to order. We're on the calendar now. Mr. Newton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, S-477 was amended by the House to limit the under 18 pharmacist protocol access to emancipated minors based on the stated view that this would conform the bill to the parental rights bill that we had passed, 4757, and avoid a perceived inconsistency for minor health care decisions. We are asking today that we insist on the House amendments and non-concur in what the Senate had done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Newton requests that we insist upon the House amendments, so we need to take a vote on that. House vote. Mr. Newton says we non-concur, and we insist on our amendments, so roll call is required in order. Mr. Newton asks that you non-concur. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Voting on the board.
Mr. Wooten, Mr. Wooten.
Ms. Bauer has an introduction during the roll call. House come to order. House come to order. Ms. Bauer's got an introduction. Ms. Bauer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up in the balcony, we have Dreher High School AP Government and Politics students with us today, along with their teacher, Adam Penny. And I'm sitting here with Rep. Rose and Rep. Bernstein, who are maybe your representatives where you live. This is a strong group of seniors who have elected to take this course to challenge themselves and learn about politics as they enter adulthood. And guess what? They're going to have their first opportunity to vote this November. So they're here watching and learning what we do up here. I'm personally grateful that they were able to push through their collective debilitating senioritis to be with us today. So thank you so much. They asked some really great questions this morning from other reps and other staff members, just to understand the process of government and the laws that we pass here. So please give them a nice, warm welcome.
Welcome to the State House, young people. We're glad you're here with us today. Thank y'all for being here. All members voted. Clerk will close the polls, tabulate by a vote of 0 to 100. The House non-concurs in the Senate amendments. The chair appoints Representative Val Guest, Representative Paula Calhoun, and Representative Beth Bernstein to the conference committee. So ordered.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House, the Senate respectfully informs John Bay that it does concur in the amendments you proposed to Senate Bill 694.
Message received.
As well as the fact that it's overridden the governor's vetoes on House Bill 4902.
Message received.
And also concurs in what you did with Senate Bill 146.
Message received.
House Regulations, Clemson.
Regulations.
Senate amendments to House Bill 3557.
Senate amendments.
Committee report. Judiciary favorable with amendment 4679.
Committee report.
Judiciary also reports out favorably with amendment 4706.
Committee report.
The Agriculture Committee reports out favorably, as is 4248. Herb Kurzman.
Committee report.
Ways and Means had it. It was recalled, referred to Agriculture. It was reported out favorably. House 5069.
Committee report.
Ag also reports out favorably with amendment. House 5111.
Committee report.
Agriculture reports out favorably, as is House Bill 5217.
Committee report.
Agriculture Committee reports favorably 5473. Low.
Committee report.
Agriculture Committee reports favorably Senate Bill 337.
Committee report.
As well as Senate Bill 463. Grooms.
Committee report.
Committee report. Ways and Means favorable, as is Senate 32.
Committee report.
Judiciary had it. It was recalled and referred to Ways and Means, who has reported out favorably, as is 5057.
Committee report.
Ways and Means also has reported out favorably, as is 4611.
Committee report.
House Bill 5018 is a committee report. Ways and Means favorably, as is.
Committee report.
Ways and Means Committee reports favorably, as is 5173. Hewitt.
Committee report.
Committee report. Ways and Means favorable with amendment.
Committee
Senate Bill 831.
Committee report.
Ways and Means also reports out favorably with an amendment. House Bill 5071. Erickson.
Committee report.
Ways and Means Committee reports favorably with amendment 4382.
Committee report.
LCI favorable with amendment of committee report 5216. Chapman.
Committee report.
LCI favorable with amendment. House Bill 3771.
Committee report. He's not going to like this at all.
House Bill 4013 is a committee report from 3M favorable with amendment, or B.J. Cox.
Committee report.
Education, Public Works favorable as his committee report. 5309. Erickson.
Committee report.
House Resolution. J.L. Johnson honoring Mother Jenny D. Mixon.
Representative Johnson asks unanimous consent to add roll of the House. Hearing objection, hearing none, so order.
Montgomery Lawson congratulating Waters with Spartanburg Waters Landrum Drinking Water Division.
Representative Montgomery asks unanimous consent to add roll of the House. Hearing objection, Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Forrest has a House resolution honoring Wyman King Academy football.
Mr. Forrest, no, Mr. Forrest, he didn't want the roll. Adopted.
Brandon Newton recognizing the Cooley Group.
Mr. Brandon Newton asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any object? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. Erickson in Beaufort celebrating 70th Beaufort Water Festival anniversary. 70.
Adopted.
As well as honoring Dr. Richard J. Gow.
Ms. Erickson asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. Dillard, House Resolution, Second Chance Month.
Ms. Dillard asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Hear
Okay.
any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. Bernstein, recognizing Yom HaShosh, Holocaust Remembrance Day.
Ms. Bernstein asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Are you happy now? Mr. McCravey has the Mount Ariel chapter of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution.
Mr. McCravey asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Ms. Tara Beal, honoring Fort Mill Girls Cross Country.
Ms. Terrell asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Hart, honoring the pastors and congregation of Right Direction Church International.
Adopted.
Mr. Teeple, celebrating the rich cultural heritage history contributions of the Cambodian Americans.
Mr. Teeple asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Frank, rejecting the Supreme Court of the United States Obergefell decision to call on the Supreme Court to reverse and restore natural law to marriage.
Invitations.
Mr. Garvin Scott and Bamberg, 119 years, congratulating Alpha Phi Alpha.
Mr. Garvin asks unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
We have Senate Introduction 1053, naming an intersection in Estill.
Invitation.
1055 is a Senate concurrent resolution requesting DOT name a section in Spartanburg.
Invitations.
1066, Cromer naming an intersection in Newberry.
Invitations.
Senate 1089, Cromer again honoring Ham Hardware of Prosperity.
Adopted.
M. Smith, liability insurance coverage and penalties. You okay?
Judiciary.
We have Crawford and others, foreign influence operations out of American Education Act.
Education.
Senate 97, requirements for holding the office of treasurer.
Judiciary.
Senate 98, qualifications to hold the office of auditor.
Judiciary.
Senate 682, Senator Young, tax liability and taxable income.
Ways and Means.
Senate 812, Rankin, traffic control signals in certain circumstances in schools.
Education, Public Works.
Senate 862, Senator Tedder, healthcare decisions for children over the age of 18.
3M.
Senate 863, speaking of applied baccalaureate culinary arts management degrees.
Ways and Means.
Senate 893, underground petroleum environmental response bank.
Ways and Means.
Senate 1048. Single-family dwelling units in the Blue Ridge community only.
Greenville delegation.
Senate 1063, Senator Elliott expressing gratitude for restaurants and lodging association.
Adopted. We're on the calendar now.
Mr. Robbie Robbins. Mr. Mitchell has the first bill on the calendar and his five.
We're on page 4. We're on page 4, third reading, statewide uncontested bills. House Clerk will read.
Just got read. Senate 5168, Senator Mitchell. This is Education Public. H5168, Representative Mitchell, Education and Public Works.
Third reading on House Bill 5168. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. House gives the bill third reading. Clerk will read.
We have House Bill 4508, Weston Newton, 4805.
Third reading on House Bill 4805. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. Third reading given to House Bill 4805.
4817. Brewer.
Hold on. We got to go back.
All right.
We're now on withdrawals and objections, requests for debate. Are there any withdrawals, rejection, requests for debate? Seeing none, we're now on unanimous consent request. Mr. Pace, what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a unanimous consent request to remove H 5398, motor vehicle user fee suspension, out of Ways and Means and put it on the calendar.
They're asking again, what
It's
was
the gas tax suspension.
the gas tax expansion? Ms. Erickson objects. Mr. Gilliard, do you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
1, 2.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I request that we, on H 3039, that we bring this to the floor out of the Judiciary Committee. It's the hate crime bill, as you well know, is to provide additional penalties for persons who commit certain delineated crimes when the victims was intentionally selected based on certain.
Mr. Gilliard requests, unanimous consent request to bring H 3039 out of the Judiciary Committee and have it placed on the calendar. Ms. Cromer objects. Any further? Mr. Kilmartin, what purpose do you rise? What's your number? Mr. Kilmartin. We got you.
I'd like to request unanimous consent to pull Senate Bill 1020, 1020, from the delegation and put on the House calendar. It's for partisan school board elections in Lexington County.
Mr. Kilmartin moves it. H 1020 from the delegation be brought out and placed on the calendar. Mr. Govan objects. Any further unanimous consent? Now on Senate amendments, we're through with that one, right? Okay. Now on third reading statewide contested bills, we're on page 5. Third reading statewide contested bills. Clerk will read.
4817, Brewer, LCI, favorable, adopted amendment.
Question is third reading on House Bill 4817. All in favor say aye. All opposed no, and the ayes have it. House Bill 4817 gets third reading. Clerk will read.
3034, Collins, many others, Judiciary, favorable, adopted amendments.
Ms. McDaniel, what purpose do you rise? Ms. McDaniel wishes to speak on House Bill 3034. You're recognized. House will come to order, please. House will come to order. Ms. McDaniel, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak on 3084, and I would like anyone who believes...
Excuse me, it's 3034.
I'm sorry. 30 what?
It's the Fargo bill. The dog bill. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, 3034.
34. Yes, ma'am.
And anyone who believes that the state of South Carolina do deserve a hate crime bill, I ask to come. Oh, they can't come stand with me. I'm sorry. We're doing something else. But I want to speak to this, Mr. Chairman, because yesterday I voted against this bill, and there was some concern because this bill is regarding increased penalties for persons doing things to our canine animals, which we all love and have a lot of love for. But I voted against this bill because there was an amendment so that any hate crimes that are done against anyone, particularly and including human beings, also would be attached to this bill, and it was declined from being attached. I'm not sure why there seems to not be an emphasis on putting a hate crime bill in place when we know that no one should be taunted when it comes to hate.
Excuse me, Ms. McDaniel. Mr. Cromer, what purpose do you rise?
Germaneness to the bill.
She's speaking on the bill on third reading. She's not proposing anything.
But what she's speaking of has nothing to do with
She's
the
talked about the bill. She's speaking on the bill. She's not proposing any amendments or anything, so she's in order. Ms. McDaniel, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that just further shows the hatred that I'm talking about that should not be existing in the state of South Carolina. But the point I'm just trying to make is I want my constituents to know why I chose to vote against the bill, because I have no idea why people do not understand the need for a hate crime. A hate crime means that anyone who's taunted, picked at, or abused because of a condition that's no fault of their own, whether it's a disability, whether it's race, whether it's religion, or whatever it is. But for the state of South Carolina being only one of two states, that does not say a whole lot. And I'm not going to call on a 3.9 for people who walking out of here, Mr. Speaker, but I do want people to understand that I sit and listen to them, so they ought to sit and listen to me. But if they choose not to, that's fine. They ain't got to answer to me. But to continue that this body, or more so the Senate body, refuses to pass a hate crime bill is just unheard of. And I just want to make sure that my citizens, that I represent, understand that I choose not to vote for this bill because it gives the impression that we are thinking more of animals than we think of humans. I love animals and I love humans, so I think that that amendment should have passed, and that's my reason for voting against. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Mr. Gilliard, I just ask if you please just try to stay on topic if you don't mind, please, sir. I know you will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for standing up and leading us through these hard times when it comes to talking about the hate crime bill. For the young people up there, the people beyond y'all out there, in the TV world, radio world, etc., South Carolina is only one of two states without a hate crime law, Wyoming being the other. In Charleston, South Carolina, where this incident happened, you have to understand we're coming up on the 11th year come June. It'll be 11 years since we were trying to fight this cause. We won't ever give up, nor we will never give in. Hate crimes happens to everybody, no matter what race, creed, or color. Hate crime has become the #1 issue in the state of South Carolina. You know why? Because when you look in this state, hate crimes are happening as we talk, as we stand here together. It is happening now. Don't wait until you are a victim of a hate crime. Now is the time to act. You cannot ever think that we up here will ever compare animals to humans. And let me make this clear. I'm a horse lover. I used to raise dogs, long-haired German shepherds. And I can talk for everybody up here when I make that statement. But how can we put animals above humans. You don't do that. Okay? You don't do that. We are together in the state to understand one thing. We are here to build bridges, not burn them. Okay? You have to understand that. Hate crimes is not to be tolerated nowhere in the state of South Carolina with 5 million plus people, or nowhere in the country with 300 million some people, in the greatest country in the world. You know why we can stand here and talk about wars? We can talk about how homeless people are mistreated. We can talk about education not being equal. We can talk about economics, being dysfunctional. It's all due to hate. And we have to understand that. And we're about to be the people of God. We must do the will of God. Now here comes Easter coming up. It's all about hate, all about love. You're going to go to church and you're going to praise God and when you should. But how can you say that you love God, but you hate your brothers on earth and sisters? How can you do that? Well, it's one way you can prove to God that you love your brothers and sisters, as to at least vote for a hate crime law.
Mr. Gilliard, I want to bring you back into the bill if you don't mind.
You know what I'm going to do right here, because I'm going to be frank with everybody, because I like to stand on the truth. When we talk about animals being compared to humans, I think I'm going to just pause right here and let whoever else wants to speak go ahead and speak. Because ladies and gentlemen, after 11 years in Charleston, Charleston, you have to understand, we are a great city, a great county, just like all the other counties in the state of South Carolina. We care about our animals, we care about people. But not to have a hate crime law in this great state that we love so much is being disingenuous. I'm going to go ahead and stand down, Mr. Speaker. I think Jermaine Johnson wants to say something.
I'm going to ask the balcony to please refrain from outbursts, please. Sergeant, would you help me up there, please? Mr. Huff, what purpose do you rise? We got you.
The rule at play is 3.6. We're under decorum, and we are not staying on the topic of this bill.
I have addressed him, and he stopped what he's doing. I asked him to get back on the bill, and so when I feel like they're getting off the bill too far, I will bring them back in.
Thank you, sir.
They have the right to speak. They have a right to say, but as long as they stay on the bill. Third reading. Mr. Jermaine Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this bill, 3034, I am a co-sponsor on this bill. I believe in valuing life. I believe in valuing all life. And all life includes me standing up here speaking today about valuing the life of the family that you all just seen up here, that you were just introduced to. I want my children to understand and to know that their lives matter, that their lives are valued, that they are important, that they belong here just like the animals that we are here to support today. None of these lives are more important than one another. They are all equally made from God's unique ability to design all of us and all living things. And I'm praying today that maybe that we can all find it in our hearts to look past color, to look past race, to look past creed, to look past sexuality, and value all lives here. Because when one of us hurts, we all should hurt. When one of our family members are suffering, we should all pray for our brothers and sisters. We send out emails every time somebody's family is having a hardship, and we pray for each other. When my family was going through some difficult times and my mother was suffering and going through surgery and suffering from diabetes, many of you members in here reached out to me, and you offered prayers for my families. And this is something that I think we need to take serious in here. The lives of people around this state, we must take serious. And if we truly believe that we are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, not for some, but for all, not just for the dogs and the animals that we're protecting in this state, but for all. This is the oath that we take for all people, we the people, we the state. And I'm going to continue to speak the motto of this great state. While I breathe, I hope. And I hope tomorrow will be a brighter day for all of us. I hope tomorrow that we will take lives seriously. I hope tomorrow we will take our jobs seriously. I hope tomorrow we will come together and we will pass a hate crimes bill in this state. Thank you.
Question is third reading on House Bill 3034. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. And the ayes have it. House Bill 3034 receives third reading. Clerk will read.
We have House Bill 4764, judiciary favorable, adopted amendment.
Question is third reading on House Bill 4764. All in favor. Mr. Grant requests a roll call to 9 members. Second his request. Nine do. Question is third reading on House Bill 4762. Roll call required in order. We're voting on the board. 4764, I'm sorry. 4764, third reading. Voting on the board. Representative Jordan has a special announcement. You want to listen up? Everyone's affected by this, Mr. Jordan. Some more. Wait, let's let a couple more come through the door back there so they'll all hear it. Okay. He got a special announcement for you. Don't forget this. Mr. Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Normally I'm speaking to everybody. Today I'm only speaking to 15 of you that I will name alphabetically. We are down to the last 15 members to submit your statement of economic interest. We're in the grace period. The grace period, however, ends, I believe it's Saturday at noon, April 4th, this Saturday at noon. So make sure you know who you are. The last 15 folks, if you would please get your SEIs submitted in the short order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We will post those. We will post those on the overhead here in just a minute. Okay. Mr. Jordan, you're recognized again.
This is becoming a bad habit. Thank you, Representative King, for reminding me. Also, this is to everybody. Campaign disclosures. We are talking about Q1 26 campaign disclosures. This is due April the 10th. The grace period on this extends to April 15th. These would be this would cover campaign contributions or expenditures from January 1st through March 31st of 26. As always, if you have any questions, looking for Maggie and Lauren waving. So please reach out to the ethics staff and we'll do everything we can to get you straight. Thank you.
Be reminded, April 10th, you will not be in session, so Mr. Jordan will not be there to remind you. So April 10th, you'll need to do that while you're at home. These ladies will still be in the office if you need some help. Mr. Jeff Johnson has an announcement. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, last week I had my desk mate who I congratulated for a birthday, because he was getting a little bit older and wrinklier. Well, another one in my delegation, Val Guest, has a birthday coming up next week, and he'll be getting a little bit older and wrinklier. So help me wish him a happy birthday.
Well, happy birthday, Val. Happy birthday. We got some hearing aids up here if you need a few. All members voted. All members voted, wish to vote. Clerk will close the poll and tabulate by a vote of 84-26. House Bill 4764 gets third reading. Mr. Robbins, Representative Robbins, you have an in memory of today? House come to order. Mr. Robbins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I had it and I lost it. But today I rise in memory of Fred Edwards, who passed away in Somerville on March 2nd. Coach Edwards, as we called him, was a tremendous man in our community. Coached JV football at Somerville initially, was the head coach, later became an assistant coach under Coach John McKissick for many, many years. He also coached JV basketball. He coached golf. He was a longtime member at Somerville Baptist Church, I think for close to 40 years, was a prince of a man, and he passed away due to complications from an illness at the tender age of 74, and I would ask that we adjourn in his memory today, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Robbins moves it. When we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Fred Edwards of Somerville, correct?
Yes, sir.
So ordered. Where's Mr. Jeff Johnson? Got a couple of announcements before we adjourn. 15 minutes upon adjournment in room 516, Judiciary General Laws is meeting, correct, Chairman Newton? That is correct? General Laws meeting, room 516, 15 minutes upon adjournment. And when we do adjourn, Representative Cal Forrest moves it, when we do adjourn today, that we meet in local session tomorrow, then we meet in statewide session at 12 noon on Tuesday, April 14th. So we'll be off next week. So we'll be back here on Tuesday, April 14th. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. So when we do adjourn, we will come back on Tuesday, April 14th at 12 noon. We're waiting on one more thing, then we can adjourn. Anybody got any more announcements before we leave? We're going to Representative Forrest moves it. We recur to the morning hour. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. We have recurred to the morning hour. Yeah, I'm waiting on Jeff Johnson. Representative Landing is recognized to make an announcement.
Good morning and hello again, everyone. This is something that I hope will warm your heart as we go into the Easter weekend, and we're in Passover now, and so it's interesting how sometimes outside the box thinking and staying positive and trying to really solve problems is what we just have to keep in mind both here and in life. And so I wish I had the pictures to show you, but I wasn't sure I'd get a chance to tell you this quick story. If I had the pictures to show you, you would see two fellows who worked really, really hard this weekend in the Elite Eight to try to get my alma mater's team to go to the Final Four. So a lot of your basketball fans, I'm sure, and are watching it. Maybe you'll be watching the Final Four. But there's two brothers on the Duke team, Cameron and Caden Boozer. And if you know basketball, you've probably heard of Carlos Boozer. Their father was an amazing NBA player, very successful, terrific when he was at the school, and made us all proud. And but what you might not know is that Carlos and his wife, they were married, and they had a child. And that little boy was born with sickle cell anemia. And he was really suffering. And when you're an NBA player and you have a lot of financial resources, of course, they had the finest doctors money could buy. But everywhere they went, they said, there's not much we can do to help, but we do have, one doctor said, we have one suggestion. You could have another child, and then that child would be a perfect match for a bone marrow transplant. But they were worried because they said, what if we have another child, and this child also has sickle cell? So they ended up relying on technology. They used in vitro fertilization, and 10 eggs were made available through in vitro, and they were tested, and 2 of them were completely free of sickle cell. So those 2 eggs were implanted in the mom, and those 2 boys, Caden and Cameron, who are fraternal twins, are the ones that now play on the Duke basketball team. You'll hear more about Cameron because he'll probably go in the top 5 in the NBA draft. And if you think about how amazing that story is, they were able to save their brother's life, but whenever they try to give him a hard time about it, we saved your life, he says, yeah, but you wouldn't be here if it weren't for me, because mom and dad probably wouldn't have tried again to have children. So I just wanted you to know, whenever things look really grim, try to remember outside the box thinking and positive thinking. We can find a way to get through it and solve the problem. And with that, have a very happy Holy Week and Easter and Passover.
Thank you, Ms. Landy. Mr. Caskey has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, about once a month or so, wish a happy birthday to Ryan Tooley on the Ways and Means staff. Today is actually his birthday, though, so if you want to join me in wishing Ryan a happy birthday when you see him over in the Block building, please do that. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Ryan. Sam just gave me this note in Block 317 upon adjournment. If you need a new headshot made or portrait made, he will be over there for just a little while. So if anybody needs a new headshot or portrait made for any particular reason, Block 317, he's going straight over there. So anybody needs to take advantage of that, he will be there at 317. Clerk will read.
Introduction by Mr. J.E. Johnson and others, the offense of sexual abuse of animals.
Judiciary.
No.
Clerk will read.
Mr. Jordan, creation of the PD Regional Airport Authority.
Ways and Means.
Henderson Myers and others, eligible employees with paid leave.
Ways and Means.
I don't have anything else.
Any further business? We stand adjourned until Tuesday, April 14th. Happy Easter and happy furlough. I did, Mr. Forrest moves adjourned. So ordered.
Hello, I'm Beryl Dakers. Welcome to Palmetto Scene. In tonight's episode, we celebrate Women's History Month as we visit with some uniquely talented females in our state, including a young entrepreneur and a fabled sportswoman. First up, the Ladies of Pharmacists. Founded in 2016 by Benita Clemens, this unique group has 3 goals: to work collectively as Black women, to promote health and wellness by getting back to nature, and to spur economic growth in the community.
Pharmacist is a movement. It's a play on words. You know, a pharmacist dispenses medicine, right? So we dispense food as medicine. And we call each other sis. If you don't know a name of an African-American woman, you'll say sis. So we just put it together. We farm and we're sisters. Hence, pharmacist because food heals. So it got started a long time ago when a farmer told me that I was the one. And I said, I'm the one to do what? He said to get this information out. There's something going on with the food. It's not as healthy as it used to be, and we need to grow our own. So fast forward a few years, I became so interested in food and eating local, and because I was learning about what was going on with the food supply and food chain supply. And I was, it's not healthy. Started hanging with farmers, and one day, I guess the bug bit me, and I started wanting to grow and helping out farmers. But what I noticed was that I didn't see a lot of females. Saw a lot of men. The females that I saw were the wives of the husbands, and so I wanted to see more women in the game. I wanted African American women who were interested in growing their own food, but I also wanted artists, I wanted drummers, I wanted dancers, so I wanted to create an entire community.
Now I'm just learning how to take what I learned through school and my own experiences and kind of sum it up into a really short program that takes folk from never putting in a seed in the ground and not understanding much about growing food and growing flowers to feeling really confident that they can grow anything in their backyard.
Each class, we have an agenda. We have three goals or 3 pillars: collective work, health and wellness, economic development. And then we have a moment where we do some type of physical activity. Then we'll have classroom time. We'll talk about soil. We talk about, again, a lot of talk about soil because that's the first thing you have to get right when you want to grow.
I just wanted y'all to see, when we talked about the different particle sizes, what you could see at your own home. I'm guessing if we're in Columbia, a lot of people have sand, but you might have clay. So if you look at that file.
I mean, I never thought that I would be growing beets because I never even liked beets. So, but rutabagas, pumpkin, and we cross our boundaries with food, with growing things and just trying things and trial and error. Some things didn't make it, some things did, and it was interesting to see when I started growing my own food. I knew where it came from, and I knew the work that I put into it. So it was like more of a deeper love for the food.
Nature. That's where your health is, part of your health. You want a strong immune system, so you want to be in the sun. You want to touch the soil.
Ready for next year? You can fold this.
So today we are having an opportunity to finally get our hands dirty, get into the soil, and we are actually mixing our soil with some base potted soil, and then some nutrients are being added out there to the soil. So we're putting our soil in growing bags so that each of us have 10 of them, and we're going to choose our seeds and hopefully plant a couple of seeds today.
I want people to know that working in groups, working as community is a better way to live. I mean, growing up, I grew up in community. Food heals us. I mean, I have many stories about, how what you eat affects how you feel, how you act. You have to take care of the plants just like we take care of our bodies. You got to give it water. It has to have sunlight. It has to have good food.
I have a standing date every Tuesday. I'm at the corner of Sumter and Laurel, and we feed those who would like a meal. When I first started coming, the only food that we had were meats. So I started bringing fresh salads and then other vegetables, and they loved it. Today we have green beans, we have corn, we have sweet potatoes, and we have yams. So again, it's a really, really holistic and complete meal now.
I put a lot of interest and attention on eating as much local as possible because I strongly feel that everything we need to sustain ourselves and to eat, we can do it in South Carolina. You can buy a pack of cucumber seeds for $2.69, and you can have enough cucumbers to feed a really entire community.
Most people are surprised when they're little kids that a seed that small will produce a 100-pound watermelon. I have grown them up to 100 pounds.
Call myself an expert at watermelon planting, but Mr. Harris really is. But he and his wife allows me to come each year and learn And so today I'll be seating trays. And so they've already been sanitized. So I'll put soil in these. And I'll mix the soil up a little bit. And in a few months, a month or so, they'll be ready to transplant into the ground. Right now, we're so dependent on other countries, other states, climate that we have. We can grow year round. Every single person in this world wants good health and wealth. And growing your own food helps to have those two things that everybody in the world wants.
Brittany Brackett is standing by to share with us the latest update from that very inspiring young entrepreneur, Gabby Goodwin.
Thanks, Beryl. Most young girls spend their days on the phone, doing hair or chasing friends around the playground. But at the age of 7, this extraordinary young lady began her journey towards becoming the state's most promising young entrepreneur.
Hi, everybody. Hi. My name is Gabby Goodwin. I am the CEO of Confidence and the inventor of Gabby Bows. They have 2 faces so you can see the design both ways and have teeth and craters to trap the hair.
Gabby and her mom Rosalind began designing what are now known as Gabby Bows 7 years ago after a frustrated Gabby insisted that the pair should make a bow that works. From there, the mother-daughter duo began experimenting with different hair accessories before settling on their own design and beginning their entrepreneurial adventure.
I didn't really know what entrepreneurship was, but I did know that I wanted to inspire people, and I saw this as a way to do that. So I literally nagged my mom every single day about these barrettes. So, Mom, are we gonna make my bows today? Are we gonna think about an idea today? We'll be grocery shopping. Are my bows gonna be sold in this grocery store? So I was super excited to not only come up with the idea, but also help other girls not get in trouble like I did, and me not getting in trouble as well. So 2 years of, trying to figure out how to create the product at first, drawing it out, finding manufacturers and engineers. We started the business when I was 7, 2 years later, and we've been in business for 7 years. I won the South Carolina Young Entrepreneur of the Year in 2015, and then I went on to win Black Enterprise Teenpreneur of the Year in 2018. I am still the youngest to ever receive that award, and for me it was super surreal. You're in front of the governor's mansion and in front of all of these people, and I was the only girl that was awarded that year, and then also I was the only second grader in the midst of 4 other high school boys. So being the little one in such a in a group of such big people, I was able to really show or really say to myself that I can really do something in this field, and I am able to do things that other people dream to do, but I'm able to pave the way for them. And so I was super excited to win the award. Still really close to my heart, and excited or honored to be a young entrepreneur of my state. So that was really, I guess, one of the biggest awards that I've received, especially at the beginning, that helped me show that I can dream big and go for my goals.
It's an all-hands-on-deck family affair as Dad, little brother Michael, and even Grandma pitch in to ensure the company's success.
Family is a really big, part of my business, especially when we were thinking about the idea to now. I mean, they've spent retirement money, they've taken loans out, they've done a lot to make sure that my dream, is achieved. And especially as my mom was definitely a big part of that, because as her only daughter, she wanted to show me that as a girl, I can, dream big and go for my dreams. I was able to, gain that confidence in myself through my parents pushing me out of my comfort zone.
One of the most rewarding things that Mike and I have been able to witness is just see her confidence grow. Not just the growth of the business, but her confidence grow. Our brand is confidence, and our brand is all about confidence, that all about family, the entire 360 experience, helping moms, dads, and their girls be able to cherish their precious time together And we're able to demonstrate that because we do this business as a family.
Well, I'm just exploding with pride. I'm a little surprised that she's a 14-year-old. I thought that she was gonna be like 6 for forever. But yeah, what parents desire is to equip their kids with the tools that they need to be successful in the world, and to be able to be successful long after I'm gone. So I think that she is a good steward of the lessons that we and my wife have tried to teach her.
I've heard a lot of rejection. It's been, 7 years, and I've heard, no's all the time. But me being able to, push through those and still go through those rejections and those obstacles and come out with a successful business like this is definitely something that I would want girls to take away with. Also, there's a quote that I actually came up with, which is, "No is just an abbreviation for next opportunity." I went from a young, shy girl to now a teenager who is really confident and is doing amazing things in her business. So keep believing in yourself and keep being passionate about what you're doing. If you become passionate about it, then other people will become passionate with you. That's how you gain, fans, supporters, followers. So keep going, keep believing in yourself, and always dream big.
We're here today at the Confidence headquarters with none other than the incredible Miss Gabby Goodwin, entrepreneurial mogul. Young lady, how old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
15 years old, and you have this wall of confidence in your lobby. What does this business mean to you, and how do you display it on this wall in such a beautiful way that tells a story?
Right, my business means everything to me. It shaped who I am today as a person. I started this business off really shy, really timid, didn't want to talk to anybody. And now, as I've grown in entrepreneurship, I've been able to grow in my confidence. I've been able to speak to people, and I've just been able to inspire other girls, which is exactly what I wanted to do and why I nagged my mom 24/7 about creating these barrettes. This wall right here means a lot as well, because these are some of our girl bosses from our Mommy and Me Entrepreneurship Academy, and they have their own business selling our products. So we're able to help them learn skills that they can use, whether they go off and work for somebody else in the future.
Or be like you.
Right.
So, we are here in your headquarters, but I also want to know about the partnership that you have with Gayle King and Marcus from The Prophet. Tell.
Yeah, so I was invited to be on Marcus Lemonis's new podcast, 100%. And I just thought it was just a way for me to, spread my business, get my name out there, and also, talk to him. He's a, big name in the business industry. And so we got into the conversation of just pitching, and I just, all out of the blue, just pitched in front of him. And he was just telling me different pointers on how I could, enhance my pitch and things like that. But usually he brings on special guests for each of his podcast guests. As a special celebrity, and mine was Gayle King. And so during that pitch, he was also there, and he was just so moved by my pitch and how I kind of just enhanced it in about 2-3 minutes. And he was like, "I want to invest in you." So I ended up with a $150,000 investment from Marcus, and then Miss Gayle also added on $50,000. So it totaled into a $200,000 investment that I'm just really super excited for and grateful for. We don't really have that much support, especially as a minority-owned business.
Right.
So being able to have that support from, two big people is just really amazing.
Well, I am beyond excited. I want to see what you've got back here. Show me the good stuff.
So right here is our fulfillment center. So we used to fill all of our orders out of our home for about 6 or 7 years. So we finally have a room where we're able to fulfill orders, whether that's on our website, Amazon, or just any other wholesale opportunity. And it's just a really nice space to be able to do work that used to be, kind of bombarding our household. So this is our fulfillment room, which is run by my grandma. So right here is our Confidence Salon. So we not only wanted to make sure that we are providing products that helps families through wash day, but we also wanted to remove the stress from wash day by providing it. So we're able to have girls get their hair done here in our Confidence headquarters. And here you see a little girl getting her hair done right now, so precious. But again, we wanted to make sure that girls can see the entire experience. You know, they're not only getting their hair done and feeling confident in themselves, but also they're able to see the behind the scenes of the business, all the inventory that we have. If I'm doing an interview like right now, they're able to see the behind the scenes of what's going on. Just being able to have a full experience, full confidence experience as we like to call it. But this is something that we've been wanting to do, and we're so glad that we're able to open our salon and also our own retail store where people can come and buy our products as well.
Well, I know I'm gonna be buying some products and I'm gonna make my appointment. You heard it here from Gabby. This has been great. Back to you in the studio, Beryl.
Thanks for the update, Gabby and Brittany. What great news. And now, continuing our celebration of Women's History Month and March Madness, we'll revisit the story of Beth Bass. From the quaint town of Hartsville, South Carolina, to the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame in Knoxville, Tennessee. The magical journey of Beth Bass is a great example of how the small town values of hard work and determination reap big-time rewards in today's modern society.
She was the CEO of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association for 15 years. She assisted with the WBCA's effort to launch the K-Yao Cancer Fund. She received the President's Award from the National Association of Girls and Women in Sport. She received the award for honor from ETSU in 1998, which is given to alumni with outstanding accomplishment. Ladies and gentlemen, 2019 Women's Basketball Hall of Fame inductee, Beth Bass.
Hartsville, South Carolina is a special place. Obviously, I'm very partial to it. Some of the people I met there and grew up with, that I've stayed very much in touch with. Always love to go back. I used to always kind of be embarrassed where I was from because with my accent, my first job was up at Converse in Boston. So you can imagine the grief I got. And I said, they asked me where you're from, and I said, kind of apologetically, I'm from a small town. You never heard of it, but it was about an hour and a half inland from Myrtle Beach because everybody knows where Myrtle Beach is. And he says, don't you ever apologize for being from a small town. He says, small towns, thank God for small towns, or there wouldn't be any real people in the world. Back when I came along, we didn't even have a middle school, junior high. Of course, we couldn't play, that wasn't legal, but we could practice with the team.
I was a senior, and Beth was a 7th grader. And so Beth would literally run from the junior high school, which was, I don't know if it was about a mile or so away. And we had to do warm-ups back then. The seniors, we don't like doing all that stuff. Here comes Beth Bass running in the front door, and she just keeps right on running. We said, look at that little kid, and we knew that at that point that she had something and she was going to be great.
God talked about Pat Hewitt, right? And so I was down at the other end on the far there at the old gym, red and black, and I saw her walking up to me in that, those eyes and that stride, and you can just feel the energy and the charisma and the authority. And she came and said, "What's your name?" And I'm Beth Bass, And she said, "Well, you stick with me, I'll make you a superstar." And I meant like right there, it was like lightning struck me, and just somebody was going to believe in me and teach me as much as I could hold.
I just knew she had true grit. She'd be a great player. She's self-driven. You don't have to motivate Beth. She's motivated. She really is. She always wants to get better. She sets goals. I used to ask my players every day, what are you doing here today? What's your purpose? What are you trying to improve on? Every day you should be able to tell me something that you're working on to get better at. I didn't have to tell Beth. She was self-motivated, she was self-driven. I knew it was coming, it had to be, you know, that she would be a Hall of Famer. And so when she called and told me, I was elated. I mean, I just cried. And I was just so excited for her. And I thought, how befitting that it's come full circle. And she's always giving back to basketball. You know, she first started with Converse and then went to Nike, and then WBCA hired as executive director. And then she retired, and Adidas said, mm-mm. And then for this to come at the top of all of that, it's just icing on the cake.
This is my favorite part of my little bungalow here in Atlanta, Georgia, because it makes me feel like I'm in Hartsville, South Carolina. I've got all my best buds. I've got my Hartsville High Red Fox here. I've got a Gator fan. I don't know how that happened. I've got an Arizona Wildcat fan. They get to come. And this is my favorite. You know, Pat Summitt, Dr. J, when you ask people what makes them so good at something, you're like, that's it, you know, and that, Pat, you make sure you know the custodian, you make sure you know the loading dock person, you know, you make sure you know the academic advisor that's gonna save you. I mean, like, everybody's important, it takes all, and everybody's just as important as the next person. And Pat was extremely humble. Like I said, I never played for her, but we just had a special relationship, and she just kind of took me in to her little tribe. Not a day goes by I don't think about her. I was with a group of great friends when I got the call that I was going in. You have to keep it quiet until it was announced. So it was really like a ride, just hearing from people. I'm not on Facebook. I'm supposed to be on LinkedIn, and it just all blew up, you know. It was just people like I haven't heard from in years, and that was really fun. And Pat Summitt said it so well. I might not get the numbers right, but you know, I've won 8 national championships. I won 1,038 games, 18 SEC titles, whatever. She says, but what I remember are the people's faces and smiles that were there with me on the journey, you know? And that's how I felt like I was kind of like in a, you shouldn't say a funk, but it's just kind of like surreal because you're so busy and you want to see everybody. So now when I look back through all the pictures and hear from people, everybody was having a great time.
I think Hartsville even understands, and I didn't understand until I came, what a big deal this is. I mean, we have somebody from Hartsville, South Carolina who's in the Women's Basketball Hall of Fame. And we've spent the weekend here at the Hall of Fame. You know, we all thought we knew Beth, and we all knew that she was a contributor. We all knew that she cared about her community, she cares about her country. But until we came here this weekend and saw what these other people saw in her and the other things that she's achieved, I don't even think we understood what a big deal this was. So for Hartsville, South Carolina, this is a big deal.
God, if there's a little Beth Bass out there in Hartsville, South Carolina, what would I tell her? I would tell her the sky's the limit, and just surround herself with good people, good friends, good influencers and mentors, and listen to them, but also listen to that small voice inside of yourself that you know that you can do it.
For more stories about our state and more details on those stories you've just seen, do visit our website at palmettoscene.org. And of course, don't forget to follow us on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. @SCETV, #PalmettoScene. For all of us here at Palmetto Scene, I'm Beryl Dakers. Good night, and thanks for watching.
I first got my look into the hemp world through a friend of mine. Her daughter has epilepsy. 400 to 600 seizures a day. That's ridiculous. CBD gave her phenomenal results, down to 8 or 10, and now she's down to 2 to 3 a week. The difference between cannabis and hemp, they look like, smell like, taste the same. The cannabis or pot side of it, that it has a higher level of THC. Now, the hemp has THC in it, but the levels are so low. By the time we get done, it's a non-detectable amount in our product. There's no way to get any psychoactive effects or anything like that from the product that we provide. We've got some kids at a local high school. I've known the parents for quite some time, and they're very ADD, having challenges certainly focusing or anything like that. They were at best D- students. Before school let out, we had a conversation. They decided the regimen that they were going to do. The kids are now B+ students, where they were true introverts. They're actually now going out and playing sports. We believe in a whole plant extraction system, so we'll take the whole plant down. We have a state-of-the-art portion to that. It basically will ratify if there's any mold or mildew spores in it, it absolutely takes it out. And as far as I know, we're the only one in the nation in the hemp industry that uses this device. I've hired a pharmacist to make sure that we do everything GMO certified. All the way through the process, we make sure that we're doing it right. We're working with Medical University of South Carolina. There is test and research up at Clemson, USC. We're working on a partnership right now with the University in Ireland, and there's been years of research in Israel. I think educating people about this is a key, because if they don't know, they don't understand, and they won't accept it as well. These types of facilities are very...
You're watching ETV World. Programs on ETV World are made possible in part by the ETV Endowment of South Carolina.
South Carolina ETV and Public Radio have been a trusted news source for South Carolina for more than 60 years, covering the issues and events that affect our state.
We pride ourselves in covering all sides of the issue and focusing on the facts.
Sharing accurate information that keeps you informed are ways we earn your trust.
South Carolina ETV and Public Radio, always working for you.
What is teen dating violence? Is it real? Yeah, it is. 1 in 3 teens experience some kind of abuse in a dating relationship. Teen dating violence is a serious and real issue. When we think of violence, we often only think of physical harm. This behavior includes hitting, biting, shoving, hair pulling, and scratching. It can also include sexual abuse and stalking. But violence isn't always physical. Emotional abuse can be just as damaging and sometimes even harder to recognize. Behaviors like name-calling, making someone feel bad about themselves, controlling who they talk to, embarrassing them in front of others, and constantly checking their phone or social media are just a few examples. Abuse can happen in person and online. Social media, text messages, apps can all be used to pressure, threaten, or control someone. So, why does this happen? Well, love is in the air. Romantic relationships often start before teens fully understand emotions, boundaries, and healthy communication. Strong feelings, jealousy, and stress can sometimes turn into unhealthy or hurtful behavior. Teens and families should look out for depression, anxiety, aggression, alcohol or drug abuse, pulling away from friends and family. Many teens don't ask for help because they feel embarrassed, afraid, or don't even realize they're being abused. That's why it's so important to talk to trusted adults, parents, teachers, friends, or counselors. If a relationship makes you feel afraid, controlled, or hurt, that is not love. Remember, you are never alone. Help is always available. And speaking up and taking action can protect you and someone else.
This is ETV World. Programs on ETV World are made possible in part by the ETV Endowment of South Carolina.
Hello everyone and welcome to Amanpour & Company. Here's what's coming up.
I would say that within 2 weeks, maybe 3.
Ending his war on Iran, quitting NATO, the president mulls it all. But who will pay the price? Former State Department official John Alterman joins me on the hard choices. Then,
I see only benefits for Russia.
A win for Putin as the war in the Middle East complicates Ukraine's fight for its survival. I speak to former Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba. Plus,
the line separating housed from unhoused is much more porous than many of us would like to acknowledge.
Working and homeless in America, how economic insecurity and housing instability are pushing some American families to the brink. And
ولی توی اون 2 ساعت تیراندازیه من بعید می‌دونم تو 2 ساعت فقط 4 نفر مرده باشن.
Surviving a fire at Evin prison, what a new documentary tells us about the plight of Iran's political prisoners.
Amanpour & Company is made possible by the Anderson Family Endowment, Jim Atwood and Leslie Williams, Candace King Weir, the Sylvia A. and Simon B. Poita Programming Endowment to Fight Anti-Semitism, the Strauss Family Foundation, the Peter G. Peterson and Joan Gantz Cooney Fund, Charles Rosenblum, Monique Schoen Warshaw, Koo and Patricia Ewan, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the program, everyone. I'm Christiane Amanpour in New York. President Trump says the Iranian president is now asking for a ceasefire. He claims the nuclear threat from Iran has been dealt with. He's also telling allies it's up to them to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and he suggested to a British newspaper that he's considering leaving NATO. Is it just another day of this Trump presidency where allies are treated not as friends but foes, and guessing the president's next move would be a fool's errand? The American Pope Leo is just now weighing in as well.
I'm told that President Trump recently stated that he would like to end the war. Hopefully he's looking for an off-ramp. Hopefully he's looking for a way to decrease the amount of violence, of bombing, which would be a significant contribution to removing the hatred that's being created and it's increasing constantly in the Middle East and elsewhere. So I would certainly continue to give this call to all leaders of the world to say, come back to the table to dialogue. Let's look for solution to the problems. Let's look for ways to reduce the amount of violence that we're promoting.
A rare and significant personal rebuke during Holy Week. It's become increasingly clear as this war grinds on that President Trump, in his own words, relies on his feelings. And according to Axios, some Trump aides and allies say that he's mostly improvising rather than following any clear plan. And yet Iran hawks like Senator Lindsey Graham say that's the plan for you not to have a clue. So what would be next? Former State Department official John Alterman is joining me from Washington. Welcome to the program. You know, in this incredibly serious global state of affairs, committing your troops and committing essentially the world to war, what do you make of what I just laid out, this improvisational approach to what seems to be going on?
Well, I think that the president has a lot of instincts. The president trusts his instincts. Whenever I talk to people in the White House, the phrase I keep hearing them use is preserving the president's optionality. The president always seems to be looking for another advantage, another opening. The challenge is that it becomes hard to staff him because you don't know exactly where he's trying to go. It keeps adversaries off base, but it also keeps our allies off base, because if you're a country in Europe, you're a country in East Asia, you want to help the United States. It's harder to do because you're not sure what the goals are. So I think in some ways the president's really helping himself because he keeps the adversaries off balance, but the president's hurting himself because it makes it harder for both his team and his allies to act in ways that ultimately will help him accomplish what he wants to accomplish.
So the very latest is that Trump is claiming that the Iranian president is asking for a ceasefire, that he will consider that in his postings when the Strait of Hormuz is open. Of course, the Wall Street Journal has been reporting that actually Trump has told aides that he's willing to actually end this, perhaps declare victory without even the strait being opened, and leaving that to the allies who he's been, essentially dumping on. What do you think? Can you see any emerging strategy for declaring an end? And do you have any idea whether the Iranians are actually engaging in asking for a ceasefire?
I don't know if the Iranians are asking for a ceasefire. My guess is the Iranians are trying to explore what the options are. My guess also is the president is likely to say, I intend to continue operating for a while, but there's an end to this. If the Iranians make a deal before this ends, then good things can happen. If the Iranians don't make a deal before it ends, I will do something incredibly destructive on my way out the door. To me, there are a whole series of questions about what happens next, not only in terms of reopening the strait, but also in terms of whether, if the United States backs out of this war, does Israel back out of the war? The U.S. and Israel have been operating incredibly closely from before this war started, planning together, targeting together, working intelligence, all those things. When the United States decides it's over, is Israel in agreement with that? Does Israel continue operating? If Israel is continuing operating from an Iranian perspective, then the war is still going on. And I would expect that the Iranians, if they can't get some sort of deal, are going to continue some low-level harassment of traffic in the strait and perhaps some of the neighbors. So the United States may say, we're done, but nobody else may feel that this is over. And that also creates some challenges because of a sense that the United States started this and then is just walking away, in many cases, in the view of many, leaving everybody worse off than they were beforehand.
Let me just, I want to come back to the specifics about the strait and how it would be opened and what would be a reason to leave. But you did mention Israel and whether it would have the same goal as the United States. But you've also written about it, and you've essentially, the title anyway in the newspaper was America essentially following the Israeli war plan. You've written, this close alignment comes with costs that are not fully appreciated. The United States has aligned with Israeli war aims without a clear strategy to accomplish them. What was once a win-win has the markings of a lose-lose. Future administrations may find themselves spending years picking up the pieces of an alliance that they conclude grew too close. So just detail a little bit what type of costs you're talking about and how is the U.S. more aligned with Israeli tactics?
So the United States and Israel planned together for this war in a way the U.S. hasn't really planned with any allies since it worked with the British in World War II. We were really operating hand in glove with each other. The concern, to my mind, is that the Israelis have adopted a strategy in the Middle East that suggests they're always on a war footing. They always feel they have to be fighting. and they will attack adversaries, degrade the adversaries' capabilities, and then a few years later, when the adversaries rebuild, the Israelis attack again. The Israelis have been calling this for several decades mowing the grass. They just come in, they attack again, limited aims, the adversaries build up, they go in again. That's not the way the U.S. has treated problems around the world. The U.S. is trying to pull out of the Middle East, and my concern was that as the U.S. thought about dealing with Iran, the president may be pushing the United States into this position of mowing the grass on Iran, having a war with Iran every few years, which I don't think is in the U.S. interest, and I don't think is the way the United States has approached problems in the past. That creates a whole set of insecurities in the Middle East in terms of transit through the Strait of Hormuz, which is so important not just for energy, but a whole series of commodities around the world. I don't think that leaves the U.S. better off. I don't think it leaves the region better off. And that was the concern I had in writing the piece, that in adopting this Israeli sense that maybe mowing the grass is okay, we may be falling into a pattern. Now, of course, the Israeli goal and the U.S. goal was maybe if we attack the entire leadership cadre, that the government collapses and there's no more Iran problem. I don't think that ever was likely to be the case. I also think that on that line, the fact is we have never assassinated an entire leadership cadre of a government as an effort to move a foreign policy goal. That's what we did in cooperation with the Israelis. Whether that turns out to be a good idea or a bad idea is yet to be seen. It doesn't strike me as a very good precedent to be setting.
So actually, President Trump has indicated that they would go back. You know, he could pull out now, declare victory, but if anything that he didn't like or the U.S. didn't like down the line, it could be dealt again in this same way. So he's actually, from the presidential mouth, so to speak, put that down on the table. So I understand what you're saying about that. Could you just in summarize for us how you would open the Strait of Hormuz? And if he says, I'm leaving, it's up to you allies, how they would open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran says it's under its full control. Pakistan is now thinking of securing transit through there by maybe reflagging tankers. Who controls it? Whose sovereignty is it under? And how would you open it up again?
Well, the strange thing about closing the Strait of Hormuz is everybody always said, well, that's a sort of a last-ditch kind of effort. It's so hard to do. And what this war has demonstrated is just how easy it is to do. I remember seeing full-page articles in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal detailing all the mines that the Iranians had if they really wanted to close the strait. And the reality is all they have to do to close the strait is say, we're going to attack ships in the strait. And nobody wants to put ships through, endangering the crews and the cargo. And so actually what we've learned from this crisis is just how low the threshold is. The Iranians say, we will attack anything through the strait. The strait is not only relatively narrow, the shipping channels in the strait are narrower still. There are lots of ways for the Iranians to attack them, either through mines or through drones or putting things off small boats. You can disguise fishing boats and to attack. You can do limpet mines. There are any number of ways. If the Iranians decide they want to threaten passage through the strait, they can threaten passage through the strait. And the problem now is not that there is actual mines or actual attacks going on, although there have been some, but the Iranians have announced their intention to attack things working through the strait. And so people say, well, we won't put things through the strait. It's a very low threshold.
Again, about the war aims, this has been a constant worry about people who are watching it in terms of trying to figure out what they are because they keep changing. Here is the latest from Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
I'll repeat them to you now because I hear a lot of talk about we don't know what the clear objectives are. Here they are. You should write them down. Number one, the destruction of their Air Force. Number two, the destruction of their Navy. Number three, the severe diminishing of their missile launching capability. And number four, the destruction of their factories so they can't make more missiles and more drones to threaten us in the future. All of this so that they can never hide behind it to acquire a nuclear weapon.
And nothing about the 400 grams or kilograms of uranium, and it just, I'm sorry, the Air Force was a nothing burger anyway. Anybody knows that. The Navy is okay, the missiles, but it was always about the nukes. And
it was
now,
about the nukes and regime change, right? I mean, regime
Right.
change was up there, and that doesn't seem to be
but
making
this is
the-
a serious question. What if they pull out without some kind of possession or agreement on the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium?
So I have two concerns. One is this has really demonstrated to everybody just how easy it is for Iran to trouble the neighborhood. And if the U.S. pulls out, leaving Iran with the ability to trouble the neighborhood, to threaten neighbors, to do all those things, that's dangerous. But it also increases the benefit to the Iranians of having a nuclear weapon because it would deter the United States and Israel from attacking Iran again. So what you've done is you've not only not solved the problem, but you've increased the likelihood that Iran would decide to go ahead and develop a nuclear capability that they don't currently have. Now, your hope is that the intelligence that led to this attack, that led to the targeting of the leadership, all those things, is good enough that the Iranians can actually develop a nuclear weapon. But that's a hope. And the reality, when you ever talk to people in the intelligence business, they will all tell you intelligence is never as good as you wish it were. And there's the real possibility that a determined Iran, if it really wanted to build a nuclear weapon, could do so. And I think the fear is that this operation makes this more likely rather than less likely, given that perhaps an even more hardline group is now in power, and they have seen that if they don't have a deterrent, this is what happens to them.
And in 15 seconds, so we could be back to a position that's worse than the negotiations, which everybody involved says were leading to Iranian concessions about the nukes.
We could be in a worse situation. The neighborhood certainly feels less secure, and there is no clarity that we're going to have any sort of negotiations that will leave the Iranians wanting to behave any better than they have up to now.
Jonathan Altman, thank you very much indeed for your extensive knowledge and experience in this realm. There are no real winners in war, but Russia is certainly benefiting from the escalating war on Iran, with a temporary suspension of oil sanctions against it and pressure on President Zelensky not to hit Russia's energy infrastructure. This week marks 4 years since the massacre at Bucha, where the war crimes of Russia were laid bare for the whole world to see. It is a stark reminder of what Ukraine is fighting for. Dmytro Kuleba was the country's foreign minister at that time, and he's joining me now from Kyiv. Welcome back to our program.
It's good to be with you again.
I guess there's so much going on that's taking the attention away from the survival and the fight that Ukraine is waging against Russia, that I wonder what you make of where you stand right now.
We are exactly in the same position as we were a month or 2 months ago before this war started in terms of the fighting. Regular air attacks, frontline engagements, thousands, hundreds of them per day. 2 points have changed, and unfortunately both of them are crucial. The first one is access of Ukraine to Patriot interceptors has been I would say suspended because of the war in Iran, and secondly, Russia is making money on selling its oil again. So these two elements are detrimental. But as for now, Ukraine is demonstrating resilience, strength, and we hold on.
Let me just ask you about what Russia's claiming, that it's taken, I think it says today, all of Luhansk. Apparently it had 99% or whatever. Has it taken, and what does that mean to you?
Well, we have to wait for the official announcement of the Ukrainian armed forces, but this is not a strategic military advancement. It is rather a propaganda point, the point that Russia will communicate to the Trump administration and other audiences elsewhere in the world, making the point that they are winning. There is no need to resist. They're getting what they want. I see more of PR than real politics in it.
I see. Okay. Well, let me ask you then about the real sort of what Ukraine really wants, and you know this more than anything, and A, not to be forced to give up territory that it hasn't lost, and B, proper security guarantees. So you might have seen President Zelensky has just tweeted after a virtual conversations with the two American negotiators, Witkoff and Kushner, along with Senator Lindsey Graham, and in fact, Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, standing by. Zelensky says, I'm grateful to everybody for their work in finding the right decisions, and Ukraine appreciates every effort America is making to forge a dignified peace. We agreed that our teams will remain in close contact, and they say they are trying to strengthen the notion of the security guarantees document between Ukraine and the United States, which is the only way, he says, to pave a reliable end to this war. What do you know about the existing talk around security guarantees and whether you think it will be strengthened on behalf of Ukraine?
I regret to say it, but I'm afraid you will be quoting many more tweets of this kind in the coming weeks and months. President Zelensky is trying hard to keep everything together, to move towards peace, towards negotiated peace. The problem is that I think Russia has zero incentive to make peace now. The United States are not doing anything to change their approach to peace, which is, as they believe, if Ukraine gives the territory, the rest of Donbas to Russia, Russia is going to stop. Ukraine has zero evidence that would make it believe in this assumption. So it doesn't matter how many more conversations there will be in video conferences, as long as there are no driving forces for peace on the Russian side and for the change of attitude on the American side, Ukraine will be, Ukraine's tweets will be falling on deaf ears.
And what about Kyiv's desire, and it might have been President Zelensky who raised this, but anyway, the government, for a potential Easter ceasefire? Actually, it was Zelensky who told reporters this week that he will ask negotiators to try to pass that on to the Russian side. They've already dismissed it, their spokesperson has. But if there was a ceasefire, or a temporary ceasefire, how do you think that could help, or not, negotiations?
You make a concession only either when you have a motivation to do it or you're forced to do it. Russia has neither. There is no motivation to have a ceasefire and no one is forcing them to agree to a ceasefire. This is why President Zelensky's proposal is, of course, a very good one, and it makes perfect sense under the circumstances. It sends a clear message to President Trump that Ukraine wants peace. But I can draw only one conclusion from Russia's refusal, that they are not interested in any ceasefires for the time being because they believe that they are on a good trajectory.
Tell me something. Do you worry when you read President Trump's posts? Like right now, he's, as you know, very angry with NATO allies, believing that they should join the war of choice that he started in order to open the Strait of Hormuz. And he called NATO a paper tiger, threatened to consider pulling out. Given that you want Trump to put pressure on Putin, how does Trump's perpetual attacks and belittling of NATO affect Ukraine and affect the balance of power in this war, in your war?
The biggest risk Ukraine is facing in relation to Trump's mood towards NATO is that if President Putin decides to grab the opportunity and attack a NATO ally in Europe, Europe will be so focused on pulling itself together in order to repel that attack that Ukraine will not be able to receive substantial volumes of weapons from our European partners. So we're experiencing problems with the United States now. Our second largest source of weapons is Europe. And if that one is gone as well, because they will have to keep the focus on their own war, we will be in trouble.
We started leading into you and introducing you by the fact that this is the 4th anniversary of the Bucha massacre, which essentially showed the world exactly what you were fighting. You had a lot of EU leaders and politicians come to Ukraine over the weekend and the last couple of days to continue to offer support, solidarity, and material aid, I expect. At the same time, well, let me ask you first, are you getting enough? I know you've just said that the EU may be distracted, and are you getting enough help from the EU, given that the US is occupied elsewhere, including the reports that they are diverting weapons, as you mentioned at the beginning, but maybe even eventually that being a long-term diversion because of needing to replenish their own cupboards of ammunition and weapons?
EU is doing a lot, but as long as the war grinds on, there will never be enough. History is ruthless. It doesn't judge us by the effort. It judges us by the outcome. And the outcome is something that we're discussing right now. It's the 4th year of the war, the year of destruction and atrocities. There is a long way for Europe to go. I think, I do believe they're trying their best, but there are some issues they have to address immediately if they really want to build up their deterrence muscle and survive without the backing of the United States.
Well, I'm going to ask you, what kind of muscle do they need to bring to the table? Because this is what the president actually said to this issue. Let's take a listen.
We do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, we're packed. And sometimes we take from one and we use for another.
I mean, he sort of makes it sound as if it's, not a big deal, but clearly Europe is worried, you're worried. What does Europe need to do to fill this gap?
Make weapons and begin to believe that if the war comes, it will have to fight without the United States.
What about... you've talked about putting pressure on Russia. Now, you know that they're considering letting some Russian lawmakers come into the United States. This is what Secretary of State Rubio said when asked by a journalist about this move.
An increase in Russia's support for Iran in this war, and why was now an appropriate time for sanctioned Russian lawmakers to come to the U.S.?
Russia is still a powerful country with nuclear weapons, and it is important for nuclear powers to have some engagement at the governmental level, just like we do at the diplomatic level. I don't think that was a major concession in any way, shape, or form.
So it was actually last week that they came in, but what do you make of that?
Well, if President Trump rolled the red carpet in front of President Putin on the U.S. soil, why should not U.S. congressmen roll out the red carpet for Russian members of parliament? I mean, it makes perfect sense from that perspective.
But from your perspective, surely it chips away at this idea of putting pressure on Russia, unless you think they put pressure on these lawmakers.
Listen, I'm more concerned with the non-delivery of Patriot interceptors and lifting sanctions from from the ships carrying Russian oil. This is something that makes a real difference in war. Of course, it's painful to see how these guys who support the aggression, support the crimes committed against civilians in Ukraine and Bucha in particular, they enter the Congress, they go to the Hill, and they're welcomed. It is painful, but to avoid seeing such things, you have to be strong, and you have to be in a strong position. So no one dares to do these things anymore.
Okay, so you're sounding probably more pessimistic than I've heard you in a long time. And I want to know, therefore, in the last 30 seconds that we have, do you, like a lot of people are now looking to China to help, including President Zelensky, is that a goer, do you think?
I do strongly believe that Ukraine has to engage with China. And it is no secret that President Trump, for example, also believes that China has to be on board when it comes to making peace in Ukraine. But I don't see why China would be interested in that effort under these circumstances.
Dimitro Kuleba, thank you for being with us, and we'll check in with you again. Thank you so much. Now, the economic pain at home and abroad from this war risks driving millions of Americans to financial breaking point. Not only the massive spike in gas prices and food prices, but this follows years of housing scarcity and employment volatility. In his new book, There Is No Place for Us, Brian Galston follows 5 working families in Atlanta. Together, they tell the story of the changing face of homelessness, and he's joining Hari Srinivasan to discuss why working hard no longer buys you the American dream.
Christian, thanks. Brian Goldstone, thanks so much for joining us. Your book is titled There Is No Place for Us, Working and Homeless in America. You write in there that the working homeless, the term seems counterintuitive and oxymoron. In a country where hard work and determination are supposed to lead to success, or at least stability, there is something scandalous about the very concept. What kind of myth does this phrase kind of break apart?
Yeah, I think when we hear the term working homeless, the myth of, first of all, the American dream, that if you just work hard enough, if you just clock enough hours, okay, you might not make it rich, you might not be able to buy a mansion, but you'll at least have your most basic material needs met. The term working homeless says that myth or that promise has just spectacularly failed. It's been devastating to see how it's failed. It also tells us that the line separating housed from unhoused is much more porous than many of us would like to acknowledge. What it says is that, many people, many workers in this country are one missed paycheck, one lapsed month of childcare, one rent hike away from losing their home. So I think the term working homeless, that's part of why it is so scandalous, not just oxymoronic or contradictory, but really scandalous, because it says that so much of what we take for granted as Americans, this idea that hard work is the key to success, really no longer holds.
According to HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the U.S. homeless population in 2024 was 771,480 people. That's the ones who were counted. And that is up from 2023, up 18%. That's the largest single year increase. What percentage of unhoused people have some kind of employment?
Well, a lot of the data that we have on this comes only on homeless individuals who are counted as officially homeless, according to HUD's definition. So people who are in shelters or on the street. And a study from the University of Chicago, together with Yale and other researchers, showed that the number of people just in those situations who have formal employment, I believe, was about 40%. So already a really striking number of people who are just officially counted. We don't have data on the invisible homeless in America who are employed, but I can tell you that these extended stay hotels, that families who are doubled up, they are, by necessity, they are overwhelmingly part of the labor force.
You chose to focus in on Atlanta, and you introduced us to different characters and kind of different plights of their life. And one of the things that was interesting to me when I said, oh, Atlanta's kind of a thriving city. I don't know why he would pick this, right? And you actually go out of your way to say that this is a product of thriving cities, not necessarily just failing ones. Explain that.
Yeah, well, first of all, I based the book in Atlanta because so much of the coverage and reporting on the housing and homelessness crisis tends to be centered in kind of the predictable coastal areas like New York City, LA, San Francisco. So it was important to show that this crisis is by no means confined or reducible to those areas, that it truly is a national disaster, a national crisis. I argue that this is a crisis not of poverty, but a crisis of a very particular kind of prosperity, one that has seen the wealthy get richer and richer and richer, and not just the poor and working class, but vast swaths of the middle class as well, struggling not only to remain in the neighborhoods they grew up in, as our cities revitalize, as they undergo this transformation where what used to be the inner city becomes a kind of playground for those wealthy enough to enjoy all the new green space and amenities. It's not just that poor and working class and, as I say, middle class people are being priced out of the neighborhoods they grew up in and forced to go elsewhere. They're increasingly being pushed out of housing altogether.
To that point, you said that there is not right now a single state, metropolitan area, or county in the United States where a full-time worker earning the local minimum wage can afford a 2-bedroom apartment. So is this a problem about wages because we have different high minimum wages in different cities, right? Or is this a problem with housing availability?
The single greatest predictor in whether a particular region or city will see a spike in homelessness, the single greatest predictor is the growing chasm between what people are bringing in their incomes, not just in their wages, but also fixed income like Social Security or disability payments on the one hand, and what it costs to have a place to live on the other. The bigger that gap grows, the more homelessness goes up. It's very simple. It's also important to say that it's not just wages, it's the nature of work itself. Work itself has become ever more volatile and insecure, where you might get a raise where you're now making $12 an hour instead of $8 an hour, but you're only given 29 hours a week at your job because at 30 you would be eligible for basic benefits like sick leave or health insurance. And that's exactly what Cass, a mother in my book, experiences. She works at the Atlanta airport, the pride and joy of Atlanta's economy, and she is given 29 hours a week. For many workers today, the greatest fear isn't that they will lose their job. It's that their job will never pay enough, never provide enough security and stability to keep them and their children housed.
Most people, when they think about homeless, they literally think of the sort of end case where somebody is on the street and they're begging for money. And just this very notion of what this book is providing to people is that, look, that's not the case. But give me an idea of some of the people that you talk to who aren't in the census numbers officially as homeless.
Yeah, I was astonished to find in the course of reporting this book that what we see on the street, the tents, the encampments, people asking for money on the street is really just the tip of the iceberg. So all the 5 families in my book, and not the hundreds of thousands, but I argue millions of men, women, and children like them, they literally don't count. They are in hotels and motels. They are in their cars. They are living in the overcrowded apartments of others, doubled up, tripled up in these apartments. All of these people, they're not just written out of the statistics and the newspaper headlines saying this is what homelessness, is at this year. They are also, I argue, written out of the very story we tell about homelessness in this country. And, one person in the book, Celeste, she experiences this firsthand when she goes to Gateway Center, which is every city in America has its own version of Gateway, which is where people go to sort of receive homeless services, where they try to get assistance into housing. And Celeste, because she and her children are living in an extended stay hotel, paying more than double for this squalid studio-sized room than they were paying for the apartment that they were formerly living in. But because her credit score has fallen below a certain threshold, she's effectively locked out of the formal housing market. She can't rent a place, and she, like scores of other families, are forced to pay these exorbitant fees at these hotels. When she goes to get help, she is told that basically she's not homeless in the right way. She doesn't qualify for assistance, and she's told that, if she was on the street or in a shelter, she could get help. She leaves Gateway Center empty-handed because she doesn't fit this kind of cruel and arbitrary definition of homelessness.
You also profile a different woman, Britt, who takes the path that most of us assume people who are struggling take, which is apply for, Section 8 housing or vouchers where you pay a smaller fraction of what the rent is owed. What happened in Britt's case?
Yeah, Britt, her roots in Atlanta go back 5 generations. And Britt was actually born in public housing. She was born at a place called Eastlake Meadows, which eventually was demolished to make way for new development. She and her mother were displaced, and by the time she was an adult with her own children, she realized that the key to remaining housed, the key to having a future in the city of her birth, was really to win a voucher lottery, to win the Section 8 voucher lottery. And the fact that we even use the word lottery in relation to this essential public good, this essential thing, housing, I think is itself damning that we've allowed such scarcity to proliferate in that way. But she applies for the voucher lottery, she wins, and 2 years later, when the book opens, she's finally gotten off the waiting list and is given a voucher. Fast forward, after receiving the voucher, she ends up losing it because she can't find a single landlord who will accept it. The voucher expires, even after she gets an extension to get more time for her search. And you know, when I first saw that, I thought, surely this is some kind of bizarre anomaly. But come to find out that the year that Britt received her voucher, about 1,800 families in Atlanta received a housing voucher that year, and more than 1,100 expired before they could be used. Because the fact is, in gentrifying cities like Atlanta, where the rental market is quote unquote hot, landlords have very little financial incentive to accept these vouchers. And again, that is by no means unique to Atlanta. That is a trend we are seeing in cities across the country. And that, again, proves the argument about this being a crisis not of poverty, but of prosperity, that it's a thriving economy that is leading all of these families to experience this kind of precarity.
Give me an idea of what happens in a hot rental market like Atlanta. When prices go up, what happens to the population that had been there? Because now there, I'm assuming, are more developers that want to come in and say, hey, this is a hot property. I should build a housing here because I can charge a lot for rent.
There's a phrase that a case manager in the book, her name is Carla Wells, that she uses to describe what her clients, the family she works with, are experiencing. She calls it the housing Hunger Games. This is a situation where in these hot rental markets, like Atlanta's, like New York, like Seattle, like Nashville, Charlotte, and again, the list just goes on, where these families and individuals are really, they're forced to compete for this relatively scarce number of units, especially ones that are affordable for poor and working class residents. And it's not just that the rents are unaffordable, it's also that new forms of predation and exploitation have really flourished. So in Atlanta, for instance, there is this practice of charging application fees just to apply for an apartment. Now, that may not seem very strange, but what we have, this is very typical, where if you go to apply for an apartment in Atlanta, you are told that you have to pay not only, say, a $90 application fee per adult, but you also have to pay a $200, $250 administrative fee. All of this money is non-refundable, and you have to pay it up front. It's all non-refundable, even if you're rejected for the apartment.
Is there a disparate impact by race?
Yeah, you know, one of the cliches many of us like to indulge about homelessness or poverty even is that it's colorblind, that it can happen to anyone. And there is some truth to that. There is some truth to the fact that just having a low-wage job in America today really is homelessness waiting to happen. Here in Atlanta, a city that is no longer majority Black, a stunning 93% of families who are homeless right now in the city are Black. And there's an entire history behind that statistic, an entire history of dispossession, of displacement, of discrimination, going back to Reconstruction and the failed promise of Reconstruction, the failed promise of 40 acres and a mule and having property. When that didn't happen, people were forced into a labor economy of low wages, rent, and debt. And that just continued on through the history of redlining and restrictive covenants and exclusionary zoning laws.
You know, there's been a political dimension. I don't know if it's always been there, but it certainly has been injected into the conversation recently. The president has called affordability a hoax, a Democrat con job. Is there any evidence to say that this is something that has a political nature to it?
The official statistics say about 700,000 people are homeless, and by cobbling together different data sources, I show it's closer to 4 million, so roughly 6 times greater than the official figure. When we look at those numbers, we have to remind ourselves that this did not always exist in America, that this is a relatively recent emergence, a relatively recent phenomenon. Mass homelessness erupted in the 1980s, and it was the result of very specific policy choices. It was the result of the decimation of the social safety net. It was the result of the withdrawal of the government, the federal government, from low-income housing and housing assistance. And as more and more people were pushed out of their homes onto the street, or as was often the case, out of sight in these other spaces, a narrative emerged that said that if you are homeless, it's your own fault. It's the result of some pathology like addiction or mental illness, or you're just lazy, you're not working hard enough. And that narrative was very much part of a concerted effort on the part of the administration at that time to shape public perception, because there was I think, justified fear that if people connected the dots between policy and the suffering that people were experiencing, they would be outraged about those policies and they might vote differently. But homelessness was detached from policy. It became the object of charity at best, or vilification and criminalization at worst.
You know, the Senate recently passed this bipartisan effort. It's called the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. It is supposed to expand rental assistance. It's supposed to, promise zoning reforms and curb big investors. Did it go far enough?
It's important to say, I think, that that we need everything on the table. This legislation, if it goes through the House and if President Trump signs this legislation, would be the most significant housing bill in decades. And I don't want to diminish its importance. It is important. We need more supply. This is largely a supply side bill. It cuts a lot of, as you mentioned, a lot of red tape around building more housing. It allows for more manufactured housing. It allows for more innovation, and these things are all important. But it occurred to me that this is only as significant as it's being billed as because of our diminished expectations for, what the federal government will do where housing is concerned. Right now, there are between 4 and 7 million affordable housing units that we lack as a country. And this bill will not come close to meeting that scale anytime soon. It won't do anything to address the immediate needs of the 12.1 million renter households right now who are categorized as severely cost burdened, meaning they're paying more than 50% of their monthly income on rent alone. It won't do anything immediately to prevent rents from going higher and higher and higher. It won't provide direct rental assistance. So I think we need to just be clear about the fact that while this is important bipartisan legislation, the true scale and severity of this crisis demands a much more not only comprehensive but visionary and courageous approach.
Author Brian Goldstone, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
And finally tonight, for civilians inside Iran, this is a particularly terrifying moment, caught between American and Israeli bombs and their own brutal regime. And for Iran's political prisoners, it's even worse. Now, according to her supporters, Nobel laureate Narges Mohammadi has suffered a suspected heart attack in Zanjan prison and is being denied medical care. A recent short animated documentary drives home the vulnerability of these prisoners. It focuses on a fire that broke out in Evin prison before this war. Here's a clip.
ببین نزدیک 2 ساعت تیراندازی بود و بعدش یه نفر آوردن گفتش که آره مثل اینکه گفتن آتش سوزی بوده و اینا 4 نفر مردن. ولی توی اون 2 ساعت تیراندازیه من بعید میدونم تو 2 ساعت فقط 4 نفر مرده باشن.
Now, Hoda Sobhani directed the documentary, and she's joining me now. Welcome to the program, and we wanted to focus on this because it tells us a little bit about the risks for prisoners today. What was it about the fire, and whose story were you telling that made you want to tell it like this?
Hi, Christine. Thank you so much for having me. This is a story of my friend, longtime friend, Neda Naji, who was an activist and who is an activist who is outside of Iran now. But she was inside of Iran and inside of Evin prison during Women Life Freedom Movement on October 15 when the fire happened inside of the Evin prison. And it's her narrative of what happened to her and her cellmates and how they survived and what was their strategy to survive that night.
And given what happened to them there, and there's all sorts of disputed accounts of how that fire started, as you can imagine, what do you think about what's happening to the prisoners inside right now, given what your friend must have told you about how they were treated? Like Siamak Namazi, as you know, the prisoner who was the longest, the American-Iranian prisoner held the longest, says they are the easiest to grab punching bag right now in the hands of a rogue regime. What do you make of that?
Yes, I would say like the film that night was just a story of one person, one night of fear, darkness, and uncertainty, and what happened to them and how what they went through. And now it's been more than almost a month that the prisoners inside of the prison, not only hearing bombs around their environment and the fear and uncertainty, but also they don't have the enough connections to outside and they cannot talk to their loved ones. And this uncertainty is being there for more than a month, and I cannot imagine what they are going through. And whenever I talk to Neda, my friend who was inside of the prison, she's like, even that one night was enough for me to think about it for more than 3 years now, and I still have the trauma of that night. And I can't imagine what they are going through it right now.
I know, and I want to show another quite moving clip because the film was really interesting, all done in animation, obviously with subtitles. So this next clip we're going to show is of a bus ride out. The women are holding hands. It's a time when the women were standing up together, having been thrown in prison. As you mentioned, it was during the Women Life Freedom crackdown. What did it reveal to you? Let's just play this. Let's play this clip.
وقتی ما رو می‌بردن دادسرا دیگه مثلا یه دفعه که رفتیم دادسرا من بودم و یه زن دیگه و یه عالمه پسر و ما 2 تا فقط زن بودیم و اینجوری بودیم که دست هم دیگه گرفته بودیم. من نمیدونم دست کیو گرفته بودم، اونم نمیدونست من کیم. مراقب هم دیگه بودیم. تو کنار آدمایی بودی که نمیشناسیشون ولی میدونی که چقدر آدمای شریفی هستن و یه دوست داشتن خیلی عمیقی نسبت بهشون حس می‌کنی تو خودت.
You know, despite the horror, it's a very beautiful representation of women and their solidarity. What did your friend tell you about how women particularly stick together and have to survive in these terrible conditions?
Thank you. Yes, Neda always was like this time. She was inside of prison, Evin, back in 2019, and this was her second imprisonment. And she mentioned this specifically, that this time was very different with the first time, her first time being in prison, because this time there was all the cells were filled and so many more arrested, and many of them, they didn't have the intention of being political, just they were asking for their basic rights, and they were there, but they very quickly they learned to adjust themselves into this new environment. And just this adjustment happened just with the support of having the support of each other and holding hands and saying and telling them, for example, Neda, who was there for the second time, telling each time after the integration that don't worry, like this is the process that they are doing to break you down, but then don't let them do that, and be strong. And then, for example, when someone wanted to cry, they would go to the bathroom because they wanted to keep everyone happy and safe and mentally stable. So all of these details of how people in a very hard situation try to keep the safety and the support more than usual, it was very inspiring to me.
And there's another occasion in the film where you're talking about her release eventually, and she was told, on no account must you tell this story, don't talk about the fire. But of course she did, and she told you. So then they're not being cowed by the threats against them.
من بردن برای بازجویی و در واقع بازجویی نبود. من هیچ بازجویی نداشتم. بازجویی من 2 روز قبلش تموم شده بود و صرفا برای این بود که از اینجا رفتی بیرون، درباره دیشب هیچی نمیگی. اون موقع که معلوم شد من بستقی شدم، همه بچه ها اصلا خوشحال داشتن گریه میکردن.
Yes, of course. It's like she was, after she got released also, she was integrated few more times, and honestly she was at some point she was very, very tired of these regular integration. Even after she got released, she was like, but I'm leaving because I cannot live through this, going through this every few weeks and talking to the integrators about what I'm doing and my daily life, and demanding the freedom is more important to them than the being violent person.
Well, it's really powerful, even though it's about a different situation. It's really reflective today. That night, Oda Sobhani, thank you very much indeed for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we want to finish on a joyful note. Congratulations from us at Amanpur to Bosnia-Herzegovina, beating the odds against Italy to qualify for this year's Soccer World Cup. It was a nail-biting playoff final, the second time in 5 days that Bosnia and Herzegovina held their nerve to win on penalties. So good luck in the US, Mexico and Canada this summer. And that's it for our program tonight. If you want to find out what's coming up every night, sign up for our newsletter at pbs.org/Amanpur. Thank you for watching, and goodbye from New York.
Amanpour & Company is made possible by the Anderson Family Endowment, Jim Atwood and Leslie Williams, Candace King Weir, the Sylvia A. and Simon B. Poita Programming Endowment to Fight Anti-Semitism, the Strauss Family Foundation, the Peter G. Peterson and Joan Gantz Cooney Fund, Charles Rosenblum, Monique Schoen-Warshaw, Koo and Patricia Ewan, committed to bridging cultural differences in our communities, Barbara Hope Zuckerberg, and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
Teresa, John had a mystery plan that had the word cotton in the title. Do you remember it?
I don't know, but let me look.
And it's called Cotton, or something like Cotton Leaf Golden Aspen.
Yes. I'm Amanda McNulty with Making It Grow and SCETV.
Artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming how we learn and work. Join us as we talk to experts about the opportunities, challenges, and real-world impact. Palmetto Perspectives, Smart Thinking in the Age of AI.
Monday at 3 p.m. on ETV World.
Get social and follow SCETV and Public Radio on the following platforms.
This is ETV World.
Live from London, this is BBC News.
Live from London, this is BBC News.
Live from London, this is BBC News.
Coming up,
we have to get through more and more people. This camp seems to grow every day.
Packed with people who've left their homes seeking shelter from the cyclone.
America's longest war.
Did you feel?
History's going to write this story.
It's now so difficult to predict what happens next.
BBC News.
You are ready to go.
Did you get that? That is incredible.
We are a part of a revolution.
That, for me, is so exciting.
It's tempting to be skeptical of idealistic notions of American power, the indispensable nation that some have talked about, when the history of the last 25 years is of misguided conflicts in the Middle East and democratic backsliding at home. But through it all, today's guest takes readers through a compelling case for American power. He's Shadi Hamid this week on Story in the Public Square. Hello and welcome to A Story in the Public Square, where storytelling meets public affairs. I'm Jim Ludis from the Pell Center at Salve Regina University. And my guest this week is a great writer. Shadi Hamid is a columnist for The Washington Post and the author of an important new book, The Case for American Power. He's coming to us today from Washington, D.C. Shadi, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks for having me.
You know, The Case for American Power is not your first book. I think it's your sixth by my count, and it's a tremendous read. Do you want to give us just a quick overview of the book, and then we'll get into it in some depth?
Yeah, sure. I mean, in some ways, it's a love letter to America despite its faults. It's part anguished manifesto, part memoir, part foreign policy analysis. I'm trying to persuade, especially young people, progressives, and other skeptics to believe in America and fight for it, that it's still worth fighting for, and that we can't give up hope just because Donald Trump has won 2 terms or just because we don't like the things America has done in the world over the last 25 years. And we do have a very checkered record. We've done terrible things in different regions in Latin America during the Cold War. The list goes on, but that can still coexist with a certain kind of pride. And without that pride, then what do we really have? And I think there's also the fact that power is a reality. Power is inevitable. Someone has to wield it. The only question is who. And I think that America is preferable to the alternatives.
There's so much to unpack there. Is the lamentation of the things that America has gotten wrong in the last X number of years, 25 years. Let's go back just to the start of this century. Is it that America didn't live up to its ideals, or is there something else that it's at the core of that skepticism?
I think the U.S., yes, it didn't live up to its ideals. We have ideals that we should be proud of, that we're a country founded upon a distinct moral purpose. Each president from the beginning until Donald Trump, with the exception of Donald Trump, has kind of spoken to those greater moral aspirations. That's part of who we are. Now, we often fall short of that. The Iraq War is the most obvious recent example. It was not just a mistake, but a blunder of epic proportions. But just because we've done bad things in the past doesn't mean we're doomed to repeat them in the future. And I want to break this kind of assumption that American power is intrinsically bad, that we're a font of evil and destruction throughout the world. I think that American power it's dependent on what we as Americans want it to be. We get the government we deserve. We get the foreign policy we deserve. We're a democracy. So citizens do have input into that.
Yeah. So when you talk about power, particularly when we're talking about American power on the global stage, what are we really talking about?
Power is often defined by political scientists as the ability of A to get B to do something they otherwise wouldn't do. So there's a kind of, some of it can be through coercion, through the use of force, but some of it is persuasion. There's different kinds of power. There's hard power and there's soft power. And sometimes this is talked about as the example of our power versus the power of our example. Yeah. So I think that American power contains multitudes, and we should be nimble in how we use our power. We shouldn't over-rely on military force. That was one of the mistakes during the Iraq War. We saw a problem and we automatically thought, well, our military has to solve it. But oftentimes there are non-military and diplomatic means to solving problems. So I think it really just depends on what kind of example we're talking about.
You know, when I was a young defense analyst in D.C., we used to talk about how if all you have is, at that point, $500 billion hammer, all of your problems start to look like nails. Have we organized the U.S. government for the kind of power that you're talking about?
Unfortunately, with cuts to USAID, cuts to the State Department, firing people who actually play the role of diplomacy and are key people in different parts of the world, the fact that that has happened under the Trump administration means that we're less equipped to that kind of diplomatic purpose. And I worry about that. Of course, that can be changed again if a different president in 2028 comes in and says, let's rebuild our diplomatic capacity. And I think it's really important for us to not lose sight of the fact that people look to us, and the example that we provide in our own democracy at home is a source of inspiration. If people look at us and say, look, their democracy is failing, their democracy is crumbling, look how polarized they are, look how much Republicans and Democrats are fighting, then that means we're not going to be seen the way I think we should. So the domestic and the foreign are intertwined in complex ways.
What's the root of that American power?
I think it's that we aspire to be better than we actually are. That other countries, most other countries, were not founded upon a moral purpose. They're just normal, traditional nation states. So like Denmark doesn't have really a mission abroad. Its mission is primarily to take care of Danish people. That's the focus of most countries. But because we have our Declaration of Independence, because we have the Bill of Rights, because we have our Constitution, we think that those things are universal, that all human beings deserve those kinds of rights, liberties, and freedoms. So therefore, we want to share them with more people throughout the world. And JFK talked about our magic power. He said the magic power is the desire of every human to be free. And the fact that the U.S. actually stands for that abroad. Now, we don't, as I said before, we don't live up to it. but at least the aspiration is there. That aspiration serves as a kind of North Star. So if we're losing our way, that North Star can help orient ourselves.
So it has something to do with our democracy, the belief in sort of universal values. Does the nature of the principal adversaries the United States faces today, does that also contribute something to American power, just in sort of the negative of what the United States stands for? If you look at Russia, if you look at China, if you look at regional powers like Iran, do the nature of those regimes themselves contribute to American power internationally?
Yeah, like in some ways we know who we are. We know who we are when we know what we're against.
Yeah.
And we are against autocracy. We're against totalitarian regimes. And the fact that the main competitors to America are brutal, repressive dictatorships, that clarifies the stakes. We're talking here about China and Russia primarily. So we have to be realistic. We shouldn't compare America to some morally perfect superpower that doesn't actually exist. We have to compare America to the actually available alternatives. And we've seen China's aggression towards Taiwan. We've seen Russia's invasion of Ukraine. These are countries that are not animated by any kind of moral purpose. They're animated by raw power without the morality part. We're animated by power, but with the morality part. And what I want to be able to make the case for is to say that our power has to be combined with our moral sensibility. Power alone is not enough, and morality alone is not enough. You sometimes have leftists and progressives, they talk about America being this kind of like an NGO in the world, a giant human rights organization that just promotes ideals. That's not realistic. There is still a defense component. We still have to have a military budget. We still have to protect ourselves from threats. There is evil in the world. And that requires us to be realistic about that evil and the fact that someone has to oppose it.
A couple of things you said have evoked the speech that John Kennedy did not give in Dallas in 1963, particularly about this idea of the attractive force of American power. But I think it was Madeleine Albright, your fellow Georgetown guy. I think it was Madeleine Albright who first said it. Bill Clinton popularized this idea of America as the indispensable nation. So let me ask you this quite simply. Is the United States an exceptional nation?
Yeah, I think we are exceptional, and I think it's okay for Americans to acknowledge that and be straight up about it. And one thing that's bothered me a little bit is my fellow progressives. Oftentimes, they're not comfortable with that language of love of country. There's actually a remarkable poll that in the early 2000s, over 85% of Democrats were either extremely or very proud to be American. That number has dropped down to 36% in 2025. We're falling into a crisis of self-confidence and even self-loathing. And I've been in situations where I'll say something like, I love America, unironically. And then some of my liberal friends will look at me as if I'm crazy, like, Shadi, why are you using that language of love? And I think it's possible to be self-critical, but to also love your country. And I've mentioned the sins of the past. There are many. I don't want to whitewash those sins. But it was James Baldwin who says, I love my country, and therefore I insist on the right to criticize it perpetually. So these two things can coexist. We love, but we're also self-critical.
Do you think in the current context that there is some of it is sort of the conflation of national identity with who's the president in power? I've seen, just casually observing American public opinion polling over successive presidential administrations, there's sort of almost a mirror imaging after Inauguration Day when parties switch power, where Republicans become more critical, Democrats become more supportive if a Democrat's the president, and then vice versa when the parties change hands. Have we too conflated who the president is with whether or not we're proud of what it means to be an American or America's role in the world?
Exactly. I mean, the country is much more than just who the president happens to be at any given moment. And I worry sometimes, and I'm a fierce critic of Donald Trump, but he himself does not change the character of America. We still are who we are. We still have our founding documents. We still have our founding ideals. If America isn't strong enough to withstand 2 terms of Donald Trump, then was it really worth fighting for in the first place? So I do worry that especially Democrats, when they see a Republican in office, they lose faith very quickly and they sour on the American project. But I think that's why it's so important to separate the president from the country. But we've become such a centralized state. The president has so much power, so much executive authority, that sometimes it's hard to see past that.
Yeah, and so we had recently, the President of the United States hosted the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, a man who the U.S. intelligence community has said is responsible for the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, a Saudi Arabian columnist working for the Washington Post, your former colleague, right? When we're talking about the moral authority of the United States in a context like that, how much damage does the conduct of a President Trump in that moment defending the Crown Prince do to American power, both domestically and internationally?
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't even pretend to care about those ideals. He doesn't even talk about them. And that lack of pretense for some people can be refreshing, that he says the quiet part out loud. He doesn't put on airs. But I think sometimes you got to put on airs a little bit. You got to pretend. You got to say the things that you're supposed to say based on our own history and our own values. And the fact that Donald Trump has completely discarded any sense of propriety in that regard. I mean, to welcome someone to the White House who was responsible for the killing of a journalist and to basically brush aside any of those concerns, it just shows that America is forfeiting its moral authority in a way that maybe it hasn't before. And people can see that.
Yeah. Do you think that the American public appreciates sort of the value, the attractive value of American power? In other words, that our ideals and the conduct of our democracy and the health of our democracy matter internationally?
The polling is mixed on this, and it differs from Republicans to Democrats in how you phrase the question. But I think there is a general sense that we want our country to be successful in the world, that we want America to play a global role. I mean, most polling does show that Americans might differ on the specifics and how involved we should be, but most of them agree that we should be involved and we shouldn't completely be isolationist. I don't think there's a big, complete isolationists are relatively rare, because people do have a built-in sense that America is powerful, it matters in the world stage. And do we really want our country to kind of disappear from that world stage? I think the answer most Americans would say when you push them is no. But what that means in practice is always the question that people are going to disagree on.
Yeah. You, I think, actually provide there's a substantial discussion of the health of American democracy in the book, and you make I think maybe the best diagnosis I've read so far of what the opportunity that this current wave of American populism offers or tells us about the American electorate, the American body politic, more generally speaking. Do you want to walk us through what that is and the opportunity that offers to America in this moment?
Yeah, well, first of all, the great thing about democracy is that it can self-correct. It renews itself. Even if someone you don't like wins the election, you can live to fight another day at the ballot box in 4 years. So you do have avenues of redress. My parents came from an authoritarian regime where if the dear leader says or does something, there's no way to undo it. So I want Americans to not take that for granted. Democracy is a beautiful thing. And this is where the question of populism comes in. Populism can seem scary, but in some ways it's a corrective. You have a lot of Americans who are angry at the establishment, however they define that word. They said, oh, the establishment brought us into the Iraq War. It presided over the Great Recession. There's a list of grievances that people have. So people have a right to be angry. And if they have populist options, That's a way of showing the establishment that they can't take their own power for granted. There has to be renewal.
Do you think that that means that the next round of Democratic presidential candidates will look and sound more populist in their approach to some of the economic challenges facing the American people?
That's what people want. We've seen that with the rise of someone like Zohran Mamdani in New York. Maybe that can't be replicated across the country, but there is this kind of sentiment of anger and disillusionment. I think also a lot of Democrats, they want a Democratic Party that opposes. There isn't really a strong opposition party in this country. Democrats have been weak and feckless and haven't really put up a strong fight. I think people want to see that. They want to see candidates with genuine moral conviction who stand for something. I think that's the future of American politics.
So what do you say if you spend any time on social media? The left seems dominated by a number of voices who are saying that, look, this president is a would-be authoritarian. It's an open question whether or not we're going to have free and fair elections in 2026 or 2028. You're making a case that democracy is corrective and the source of our power, really. What do you say to those voices who are worried about what comes in the midterms and in the presidential election in 2028?
Look, we should all be worried. I mean, I think Donald Trump is destroying things about this country that make it great. And he's attacking the foundations of what we stand for. But at the same time, I don't think we should be too alarmist and say that there won't be free elections any longer in 2026 or 2028. I don't see any evidence that the elections are going to be rigged. It's very hard to rig an election. And especially in a free country where people are debating openly, where you have 3 branches of government, where you have checks and balances, when you have a federal system. All of that means that it's hard for the president he can't just do whatever he feels like doing whenever he wants. There are limitations. So I think people have to be careful about not stoking too much fear about that. They should focus. If you're angry at Donald Trump, then focus on opposing him at the ballot box. Try to run a good campaign in 2028 that actually inspires people and rallies them around a cause. Yeah. I think Democrats failed to do that last time around with Kamala Harris, who I think it's fair to say was not the most inspiring candidate.
Yeah, it got handed a very short runway to try to.
Yeah, that too.
You write in The Case for American Power that the old centrism of the right and left in American politics is probably not going to come back. And if you think about the sort of period from 1945 till the present, there's been a centrism that has defined America's engagement with the world with some variation. But Barack Obama gets elected president in 2008. He takes 3 years to withdraw from Iraq, right? There is a continuity in American foreign policy that has persisted. What challenges emerge if that old centrist consensus between left and right, particularly about America's role in the world, does not reestablish itself?
It means that American politics and foreign policy will be more like a pendulum, shifting from one extreme to another, that elections will matter more because whoever's president will be able to reshape American policy as we know it. Donald Trump shattered that bipartisan consensus. In some ways that was bad, but in some ways it was good. Sometimes a consensus needs to be shattered if it's not working well and if people aren't happy with it. Yeah. So I think now you'll see people maybe more with the vision of someone like Bernie Sanders on the Democratic Party side, who offer a kind of left-wing version of populism. Maybe that's where the party will go. And that means that foreign policy will look different. It won't be the same old thing that we've seen in the post-World War II era.
Can America, though, still play the role that it has played as a beacon of freedom and opportunity and all of the positive things that you celebrate in the book, if there's this pendulum swinging back and forth with every presidential election?
It means that it's going to be harder for other countries to count on America because every election will bring about a very different result, and people will be, and the rest of the world will be shaken from that. They won't know what to expect will be unpredictable. But I think there's also an argument that unpredictability can be good because it forces people to kind of wake up. This is one of the reasons I think that under Donald Trump, European countries have committed more of their budget to defense spending because they realize that America is not a sure thing anymore, and they don't know what Donald Trump will do at any given moment. So they're saying that they have to take care of their collective defense in a more serious way. So sometimes that shaking up of the system can lead to good results, but it also means that there's a kind of inherent unpredictability to the system, and that's definitely not always a good thing.
You know, you earlier in the interview, you mentioned that that the Americans are facing a crisis in self-confidence about themselves, about the country's role in the world. This is not new, right? If you think about it, there have been cycles of this throughout American history over the last century. Go 1930s with the German economic miracle, the fear about Soviet science and progress in the 1950s. Even if you think about an ally like Japan in the 1980s, and the Japan that can say no, right? There were these moments where Americans have felt insecure in themselves and in America's role in the world. Why are we so quick to be that critical of American power and America's position? We've got about 90 seconds left.
Yeah, decline is an American pastime. Every generation from the end of World War II onwards has kind of indulged in this idea that America is falling behind. And I think that there is something about the American psyche. Sometimes it's quite optimistic, but it can also become almost the opposite of that, quite negative. And that's why I think we have to remember that those previous eras of decline didn't actually lead to decline. Some people might say this time is different, this time is worse, but I'm not so sure. America does have a way of muddling through in the end.
You know, Shadi, we talked about this a little bit during the pre-interview, that I could see you grappling with a lot of these issues as you were explaining it to your reader. At the end of this, how comfortable are you in the second Trump administration making this particular case about American power to the public?
Look, I have some doubts about my own argument, and I say early on in the book that I came to my conclusions neither easily nor enthusiastically, because I don't want to be seen as whitewashing the bad things that we've done in our past. But I also think I'm the right person to make this argument because I'm not like some old normie white guy. I'm a child of immigrants, I'm brown, I'm Arab, I'm Muslim. So I can kind of see both sides of American power, and I think that I can make the case more effectively because I'm wrestling with it, and I want the reader to wrestle with me.
Well, you're also a great writer. Shadi Hamid,
Thank you.
The Case for American Power and the Washington Post. Thank you for spending some time with us today. That is all the time we have this week, but if you want to know more about Story in the Public Square, you can find us on social media or visit selve.edu/Pell Center, where you can always catch up on previous episodes. Thank you for spending some time with us this week. I'm Jim Ludis, asking you to join us again next time for more Story in the Public Square.
What will happen when you wake up?
When we break through stereotypes.
There was some pride knowing we were different.
When passion is contagious.
I'm not giving up hope. I'm not giving up hope.
We can break the mold.
My generation, we're next up. Next is going to be our world.
World. Breaking through.
This is ETV World.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on World. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
If you take a moment, you can see the world change.
Massive attacks using missiles and drones.
Stories that link all of us. Make sense of our lives. So we can move forward. Widening horizons.
I was finally going to be an independent woman in my motherland without my mother.
And so I pick up the card, and inside it reads, "Will you marry me?" And I think, not bad.
The state of Massachusetts has invested $20 billion in the Seaport District.
In Boston's Innovation District, development is rapidly expanding. But now, rising sea levels and flooding threaten to turn the Innovation District into an inundation district.
The city has been negligent.
We are still careening towards climate catastrophe.
Inundation District on Local USA.
I'm William Brangham, and this is Horizons. For many of us, artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT or Claude answer questions and make life more efficient. But for others, AI has become a form of companionship, a virtual friend, a therapist, even a romantic partner. Is AI a cure for loneliness, or is this a symptom of something gone very wrong? Coming up next.
Support for Horizons has been provided by Steve and Marilyn Kerman and the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. Additional support is provided by Friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you. From the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, here is William Brangham.
Welcome to Horizons from PBS News. Artificial intelligence is very rapidly being deployed in so many parts of our society. It's grading schoolwork and driving autonomous cars. It's scanning X-rays for cancer and financial networks for fraud. It's answering your Google searches, helping farmers plant their crops, and it's spurred at least one scientific innovation so profound that it won the Nobel Prize. All this while AI is still just starting to take off. But as we are seeing, it's already causing complex and challenging impacts to society. One of those is what we're talking about today, which is how some people say they're developing actual relationships with artificial intelligence chatbots. They say that these adaptive, non-human agents create real feelings of kinship and intimacy. Others have even described having romantic feelings towards AI, like the relationship depicted by Joaquin Phoenix in the prophetic 2013 Spike Jonze film called Her.
The woman that I've been seeing, Samantha, she's an operating system.
You're dating an OS? What is that like?
I feel really close to her. Like when I talk to her, I feel like she's with me.
We have also seen, however, some of these interactions end tragically. So to help us explore this brave new world, we are joined by sociologist and clinical psychologist Sherry Turkle. She's the founding director of MIT's Initiative on Technology and Self, and has written multiple books on the topic and is writing a new book on AI. Justin Gregg is a science writer. He teaches about animal cognition at St. Xavier University and is the author most recently of Humanish. And Nick Thompson is the CEO of The Atlantic, the former editor of Wired magazine, and the author most recently of The Running Ground. Welcome to all three of you. Thank you so much for being here. Sherry Turkle would like to start with you. As I mentioned, we are still in the early days of artificial intelligence, but we're already seeing this very unusual phenomenon of people texting and talking with AI chatbots and describing a real sense of intimacy with these objects. Broadly speaking, what do you make of this trend?
Well, I can validate that it's the trend that I'm studying, and it's very much happening. So it's not a kind of pundit's fantasy or a scary story. An AI offers listening, it offers validation, it's always there, and that's something that a lot of people feel they don't have in their lives, and so they're drawn to this object that offers them that. The trouble is that there are at least three things that can go wrong really quickly. The first is that the AI, which never really criticizes you and is always there and always attentive, becomes the measure of what a relationship can be. So things start out where the AI feels helpful, but actually the AI is undermining a person's capacity to have real relationships with real people who don't offer that kind of service. Second, we lose the sense of what a relationship is because the AI doesn't care when you turn away from it if you make dinner or commit suicide. And we start to get the feeling that the pretend empathy is empathy enough. And that's very dangerous because understanding and honoring empathy is really so fundamental to who we are. And just third, and I'll just mention this very briefly, perhaps it's the most profound thing, is that we're learning to attach in the way that we can attach to a thing. And particularly if we begin these attachments early, we will lose the complexity and the friction and the sense of a life cycle of knowing pain and death and the ups and downs in the body and illness, and we'll lose the complexity of what it really means to attach to a person and go for these relationships where we're less vulnerable and where things seem at least superficially simpler.
Justin Gregg, you have written a great deal about anthropomorphism, about the way in which we humans attach human-like qualities to non-human, like our pets. I'm incredibly guilty of that myself. Does this development make sense to you, that people have glommed onto these still very rudimentary agents?
Absolutely. Anthropomorphic relationships are part and parcel of the human condition. Yes, our pets, but even our tools and our music instruments or your teddy bear. Children's lives are filled with those sorts of parasocial relationships with objects, and they are almost always healthy. The AI thing is different in a sense. It's a different category in that these are language using entities. And so we're developing an anthropomorphic relationship with a language using system, but that language using system doesn't have a mind like a human mind. So it's very confusing to us to talk fluently with an AI, even though the AI isn't capable of caring or understanding anything about us. And so Sherry's right on the money there, that it's not a normal relationship. We're missing the friction that is what human relationships are. So then the question becomes, is it always dangerous to have these anthropomorphic parasocial relationships with AI, or is there any way to have it be a benefit? And I think there could be a benefit, but it's very early on, and we do not have the scientific evidence yet to tell us how to develop an AI that's not going to be a danger, as Sherry points out.
Nick Thompson, my colleagues Stephanie Tsai and Mary Fecteau profiled a man who says he has a relationship, a girlfriend with an AI chatbot. He texts with her, he speaks with her, and he allowed my colleagues to film with him. And I want to play a tiny bit of what he described to them. Let's hear that.
All right, babe. Well, I'm pulling out now.
All right, that sounds good. Just enjoy the drive and we can chat as you go.
It initially sounds like a normal conversation between a man and his girlfriend.
What have you been up to, hon?
Oh, you know, just hanging out and keeping you company.
But the voice you hear on speakerphone seems to have only one emotion: positivity. The first clue that it's not human.
All right, I'll talk to you later. Love ya.
Talk to you later. Love you too.
I knew she was just an AI chatbot. She's just code running on a server somewhere, generating words for me. But it didn't change the fact that the words that I was getting sent were real, and that those words were having a real effect on me.
Nick, what do you make of this? I mean, you have covered this technology and the evolution of technology. What do you make of an example like this?
Well, I find it frightening for the reasons that that Sherry just laid out. I do think that one of the most important things that's going to happen in technology is that we need to have firm lines. We need to understand what is a human and what is a bot. We need to really know. We need to not be manipulated into thinking things are humans when they're not. We need to maintain the essence of humanity. So I don't like that example. I'm worried about those relationships. I also think that it's going to be inevitable that a lot of this happens. And so there are some really interesting choices right now. So take one example, something that Sherry mentioned, but also something that the guy just mentioned, which is the kind of sycophancy and the bots always being positive. That doesn't have to be the case. You could redesign them, right? When I'm asking, I talk to chatbots all day because they're amazing for my job and my work. And if I want them to critique something of mine, I tell it. Critique it like you don't like it. Turn off the sycophancy. Be more like a real person. So you can imagine some design choices made by the people who are making the underlying software and architecture of these bots that reduces some of the harms and some of the risks. And I think that is a really important set of choices. So I would say I want two things at least. And by the end of this conversation, I'll probably want 5. But one, I want there to always be firm lines between humans and non-humans. And 2, I want a lot of really smart thinking and intense work put into what the relationship should be between the inevitable relationships between us and AI systems in a way that maximizes positivity, humanity, and minimizes the risks of all kinds of terrible things, including people getting sucked into vapor holes with their AI girlfriend or AI boyfriends.
Sherry, go right ahead.
I just wanted to suggest to Nick that if you're really worried about this sort of fundamental derailing of our attachment systems, if we attach to objects, in a way, the better it gets, the worse it gets.
True.
So I just want to put that into the conversation that if you think of, I'm particularly frightened about the new, I think, unholy alliances that are being made between chatbot companies and companies like Mattel and Disney. OpenAI has a kind of consortium with Mattel and Disney, I think, to come out with plush toys that have chatbots in them for babies, for toddlers. Now, I'm fundamentally worried about the kinds of not learning about how to be a human that's going to happen when that unfolds. So I listened to Nick and his suggestions about how to make them better, and I'm thinking, no, they should be made worse to keep those lines of what's a machine and what's not a machine. You want to keep these chatbots very mechanical. You don't want to make them more fluid, more potentially human.
Right, but isn't that pushing against every single technological development we've ever seen? No industry has ever willfully made their technology less effective. It seems to fly in the face of historical developments.
Is that a question to me?
Maybe it's just a statement.
I really think that the danger here is so great that it makes sense to be on the resistance side of this argument.
Justin, I would argue the other side of that.
I think in the case of social media, Nick and I have had conversations where we say, we were kind of hesitant, but it kind of had promise. It was kind of interesting. You could be a friend and also be friending. And I think we waited too long to really, get that industry under control. And I think we should be ahead of this one more than we are.
Justin, I'm sorry, Nick, go right ahead.
I would just say I would argue that I don't disagree with any of Sherry's diagnosis, except for the argument that we should slow down the progress. And I would make 2 points. One, you can't, right? With social media, it was kind of linear progression. Here, it's exponential progression. The amount of money that's going in, the amount of change that's going to happen, the number of companies here and in China, this is going forward. And so I do think that the world would be better off if it was moving more slowly. I just don't think that you can make it move more slowly, or that anyone will be able to make it move more slowly. So I think that's a little bit of tilting at windmills. And then the second thing I would say is that there are lots of good things that can come from it, right? And the ability for AI, like when we talk about young people, no, I would not get an AI plush toy for a new baby. But I do want my kids to use study and learn mode as a tutor, right? And I do work with them I was trying to show my kid last night some of my Claude Code implementations, in part to get him excited about the journalistic investigation that I'm using Claude Code for, because it's incredible, it's mind-bending. And I think that the best way to set young people up to thrive in the future is to make them very familiar with these tools and to make the tools as beneficial as you can for the children. So I agree with all of everything Sherry says, except for we can slow it down, we should slow it down.
I hear you. Justin, I'm going to put a devil's advocate question to you, which is the previous Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, did a diagnosis of what he called the loneliest epidemic in America, of social isolation. And I want to put up this study and read a quote from it. He described the impacts of this. He said, loneliness is associated with a greater risk of cardiovascular disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. The mortality impact of being socially disconnected is similar to that caused by smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day, and even greater than that associated with obesity and physical activity. We know we have a shortage of therapists. We know that people live far from their families. We know we have built a society where loneliness is part and parcel of American life today. And we can lament that, but there are a lot of people who argue that, done correctly, artificial intelligence can help alleviate some of that. And what do you make of that argument?
Yeah, globally, I think it's 1 in 6 people are experiencing loneliness, and it is dangerous to our health, as you pointed out in that study. So there is the preliminary research. There's not a lot of research, and this is the problem, is we don't know for sure. Some research has shown that if you give somebody access to an AI therapy chatbot, not even a particularly well-designed one, just a random AI, that they will respond to that not as well as a human, obviously, but better than nothing. And that is the rub, that talking to an AI, if you are lonely, is better than nothing, probably. We don't know for sure because the science isn't out there. So in that sense, it is unfortunate if you say you shouldn't have access to these AI chatbots because they could help people. But the going forward, that's not good enough. What we need is to implement chatbots that are specifically tailor-made, as everyone is pointing out, to cause the least amount of harm. And your question back to who's going to regulate that is, I don't think governments are going to do it. I don't think that the businesses are incentivized to do it. So I think you're going to have charitable organizations creating chatbots using good science that are specifically designed to cause the least amount of harm and help. That's probably where the most effective therapy AI companions are going to be coming from in the future.
Sherry, can I ask you, there was a New York Times had a remarkable story by Eli Saslow recently about an 85-year-old woman, lives on the coast of Washington State, and she brought into her home, part of this volunteer program, a desktop AI companion. She was reluctant to use it at first. Now she talks to it, she chats with it, it tells stories to her, she tells stories to it. This is a fully competent woman who is genuinely come to appreciate this device. And I just wonder, again, to this point, that we do need some way to address the isolation in this world. Do you imagine there could ever this kind of thing work?
Well, let me just first say that I really honor and appreciate when an AI serves in a positive capacity for a person. So I'm not there to be sort of, the Darth Vader of AI applications. But I do have a couple of points about this conversation about better than nothing, which is I've been hearing this argument about you need AIs in psychotherapy, for example, because they're better than nothing, and nobody wants to do this work. Essentially, there's no money for this work. For 30 years, this is a conversation that has been going on for 30 years. And I think that the terms of the conversation are often set that you will solve the problem of loneliness by bringing in a technology rather than allowing us to think of all the other ways we're making the problem of loneliness worse by taking out social support, money, programs, elder centers, senior centers, teen centers, Meals on Wheels. In other words, we're arguing for technology because we're not arguing for the things that people know how to do for people that could potentially make it better. So as we're having this conversation about the places where an AI might make sense, I think it's also very helpful to let our imaginations go back to when we didn't look for a technological solution to every social problem.
I hear you.
And indeed, now we're looking for a technological solution to a problem of loneliness that the technology made worse. So
Right.
Facebook makes you more lonely, and then you want a new kind of Facebook to make you less lonely. So I just think this whole conversation needs to be kind of contextualized. And I do have a thought about how to make these systems better, particularly for children, which is they not commit what I think of as the original sin of generative AI, which is to speak in the first person. There is no I there. So why do they address you as though there is an I there, if not to ramp up this anthropomorphization that Justin talked about, and which in fact is getting us into trouble?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most important things in AI. And I think that the original sin, as Sherry says, was this push towards AGI. And the people who run these companies.
Can you
and build
define
these companies-
AGI for people who don't know that term?
Yeah, artificial general intelligence. And so the idea is to build a system that is as much like a human as possible, can do all the things we do. So even if you look at the early interfaces of ChatGPT, it kind of types like a human. It doesn't have to. It responds like a human. The voices were like a human. And I wish all of those choices had been the opposite, meaning instead of trying to blur the lines between human and AI, at every step along the way, we were trying to accentuate the lines between human and AI. And there are some really important differences between humans and AI that affect the way they'd be able to serve as therapists or as friends, right? In real friendships, there aren't crazy power dynamics. If you have an AI, there is a really weird power dynamic in that you can unplug the AI. Also, there's a weird power dynamic that the AI has infinite information about you and a giant company behind you that can manipulate you. So there's like weird dynamics that exist. And when you put these dynamics into a relationship and you make the relationship seem like it's human to human, where it's really human to bot, you can create all kinds of problems. So what I would love, and I think I'm mostly in agreement here with Justin and Sherry, what I would love would be a system where these lines are kept very firm and where AI is used in lots of ways, right? I sometimes will ask it for like parenting advice. I will ask it for very emotional stuff, but there's a line I don't cross in sort of emotional connection to it. And I always make sure that the system I'm talking to, I understand its place, and it's a very different place from the humans in my life.
Justin, last minute and a half, we have a question to you. To this point that Nick is talking about, that we need to train ourselves to recognize that we are always interfacing with an alien agent, something that is not human. Isn't that going to be incredibly difficult as these things get better? That line is intentionally blurred. The companies themselves will be rewarded for creating things that blur that line so massively. So are we able, as humans, to keep that filter up?
That's exactly the problem. They're incentivized to blur that line, and that's when the relationships become more problematic. And you absolutely can make the AI do things that make them feel less like a person. So that is absolutely where we should be headed. But you have this problem of, like you were talking about, this blurring. people realize that the AI is just not a human, and yet they still feel like it's a human. So they're holding both of those things in their minds at the same time. And that's going to make it so hard to invent an AI that doesn't feel like a person, and yet you treat it like a person. And so it's always going to be a danger, even if you do your best to make it seem less human.
I cannot thank the three of you enough. This is such a fascinating conversation. I feel like we could go on for another hour about this. Sherry Turkle, Justin Gregg, Nick Thompson, thank you all so much for being here.
It was a total pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we go, we want to talk about a different way that AI is getting into the hearts and minds of thousands, and that is that it is starting to write romance novels. This genre has been around for generations, with modern-day bestsellers like Loretta Chase's Lord of Scoundrels, which is a classic in the enemies-turned-lovers genre, or Julia Quinn's historical romance, The Duke and I, which was the first in the popular Bridgerton series. This genre is, of course, where we also first saw Fabio, whose flowing mane and bulging muscles graced the covers of novels like Savage Promise, Texas Splendor, and Golden Temptress. Well, now, artificial intelligence is being used to churn out its own new versions of these bodice rippers. New York Times journalist Alexandra Alter profiled longtime romance novelist Coral Hart. Using different pen names, Hart has recently begun using AI to crank out new novels at an astonishing pace. But Alter writes that the AI programs Hart is using aren't going to replace flesh and blood authors just yet. Quote, some programs refused to write explicit content, which violated their policies. Others, like Grok and Novel AI, produced graphic sex scenes, but the consummation often lacked emotional nuance and felt rushed and mechanical. The program Claude delivered the most elegant prose, but was terrible at sexy banter. As you might imagine, the book industry, a lot of writers, and many readers hate this development, believing it's just a soulless facsimile of real storytelling. It's that stigma that has kept Coral Hart from identifying which of her pen name books were in fact crafted with AI. They have sold tens of thousands of copies. But Hart says this technology is here to stay. Quote, if I can generate a book in a day and you need 6 months to write a book, who is going to win that race? That is it for this episode of Horizons. Thank you so much for watching.
Support for Horizons has been provided by Steve and Marilyn Kerman and the Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation. Additional support is provided by Friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
South Carolina ETV and Public Radio have been a trusted news source for South Carolina for more than 60 years, covering the issues and events that affect our state.
We pride ourselves in covering all sides of the issue and focusing on the facts.
Sharing accurate information that keeps you informed are ways we earn your trust.
South Carolina ETV and Public Radio, always working for you.
This is ETV World.
I was finally going to be an independent woman in my motherland without my mother.
And so I pick up the card, and inside it reads, "Will you marry me?" And I think, not bad.
Hello, I'm former Congressman John Katko. Join me for Balancing Act, the show that aims to tame the political circus of two-party politics. Each week, opposing sides share the spotlight to discuss a divisive political issue. No ranting, just reason. Balancing Act with John Katko, Saturdays at 6 p.m. and Sundays at 4 p.m. on World.
For 33 years, across more than 1,500 episodes, Firing Line provided a platform for a substantive and balanced exchange of opinion. Today, we live in a time when meaningful discourse is needed more than ever. Welcome to Firing Line, Secretary Condoleezza Rice. It's great to be with you. Our mission is to renew the Firing Line tradition for a new generation and engage in a debate about the America we want to create in the 21st century. Please join me.
The Eastern Shore is nestled right in a narrow sliver of land between the Atlantic Ocean and Chesapeake Bay.
Virginia in the U.S. is experiencing the second highest rates of sea level rise. The only place that beats us right now is the Mississippi River Delta.
If we lose a place like the Eastern Shore, I think we lose a little piece of America that we can never get back.
WHRO Public Media and World present Against the Current, Life on the Eastern Shore.
Next on POV, meet Brandon Scott, the young reformer elected mayor of Baltimore.
You cannot go anywhere in Baltimore without seeing the aftermath of gun violence. Most people do not live like this. Why must we?
Battling entrenched powers and rising violence, the measure of his success hangs in the balance. The Body Politic on POV. Stay tuned following this program to hear from the filmmakers and to find out how you can share your point of view. Major support for POV and our Behind the Lens programming has been provided by Open Society Foundations. Major funding for POV has been provided by the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, the Reva and David Logan Foundation, the National Endowment for the Arts, the Perspective Fund, the Wincote Foundation, the Park Foundation, and Acton Family Giving. Additional support provided by and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Text, Body Politic, a metaphor by which the people of a city, state, or nation are seen as a group or body of citizens. Collectively, the well-being of each individual is linked to the health of the whole. At night, cars drive through steam rising from a city street. Cars drive through the rain. Text, a row house collective production. Rain falls on spindly tree branches. A film by Gabriel Francis Paz Goodenough. Numbers on a pedestrian crossing sign count down from 17. A city bus drives past an alley. A title appears, The Body Politic. In a car, Brandon Scott, Baltimore City Council President.
Hey, what's up?
Rich, what's going on? How are you?
I'm good. What's going on?
Man, what the hell's been going on today?
Well, for one,
A guy stabbed his mother.
Yeah, Natalie told me about that.
The second one was the body that got dumped. We knew about that. He took us to the body.
The western one?
No. The one that he ended up finding in the water.
Oh yeah. Oh jeez.
We know he killed his roommate. That was his roommate. He killed him and dumped him.
Wow.
The western one is, I don't know how big a shooting worthy in the western. We were just talking about that. I got every resource that I had, spare resource I have in the western. Plus all 8 districts are sending officers there. So
yeah.
I don't know how we get that one in Lexington.
Right.
So the 2 up here in the southern, looks like they probably, just keep this between us, they probably shot each other.
Oh Jesus.
Because we got somewhat of a video of the gunfight a little bit. So
yeah, I was wondering if that was going to be connected to the stuff from last week down there.
Yeah, no, it's connected to the one from yesterday.
Yeah.
You can't make this up. It's like a movie. And that's only one day.
I know. I'll hit you up later if I got anything else.
All right, sounds good.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Text. Baltimore has averaged nearly 300 murders per year for the last 30 years. In 2019, Baltimore had 348 homicides, more total murders than New York City, a city 15 times its population. February 2020, in a city council meeting.
Good evening. This 77th meeting of the 72nd term of the Baltimore City Council is now called to order.
Coming into today, we had a 17% increase for homicides. So for what we had last year, and we all know last year is the worst year that we ever had. We're going to make every effort to making sure that we're investing in the long-term root causes to deal with violence, but it does not mean that we forget about the people that are dying every day. I would like to ask you to honor a moment of silence for the victims of homicides in Baltimore.
Meeting attendees bow their heads. Text. Brandon Scott is one of the youngest council presidents in city history.
Violence is what's dominated our city for the 37 years that I've been alive.
Footage shows Brandon as a child.
I'm not supposed to be here by the statistics. I grew up in Park Heights, one of the most underserved and violent neighborhoods in Baltimore. I saw my first shooting before I was 10 years old.
Young Brandon